Chapter 1669. Although this moon-like artifact had unfathomable power, Wei Guchang was constantly using it, consuming a lot of energy. During the battle, he had stuffed a number of pills into his mouth, hoping to restore his Saint Qi, but the effect was not as significant as he had imagined. The 5 Origin returning realm masters besieging Yang Kai and Dong Xian were somewhat hesitant to attack, so they didn't directly attack them. Instead, they simply circled around them, consuming their physical strength and Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to capture them alive. Not far away, a third-order Origin returning realm master stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at Wei Guchang as he shouted, "Martial Nephew Wei, don't be stubborn. Hand over the Heavenly Moon's silver plate, and Martial Uncle will spare your life." Bah! Wei Guchang spat, and although his appearance was extremely distressed, his face was filled with contempt. "Xieli, you used to be an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, but now you're so greedy and afraid of death. Not only did you collude with evil monsters to harm the sect, but now you're willing to become the dog of that bastard. Ha ha ha! If you want me to hand over the Heavenly Moon's silver plate, come and get it yourself." Wei Guchang's entire body was bathed in blood, but he still did not change his heroic nature of the past. Xie Li's expression became cold as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Wei Guchang's words had undoubtedly poked at his sore spot. Taking a deep breath, Xie Li did not explode on the spot and instead continued to persuade, "Nephew Wei, you are also a hero of your generation. Don't you know that a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in? Today, Shadowed Star is a place where the glory of Shadow Moon Hall and the other great sects is gone forever. Martial Uncle sees that you are young and ignorant and does not want to bother with you too much. Hand over the Heavenly Moon's silver plate, and you can leave. Otherwise, even if you die, won't you consider Xian Er's safety? At such a tender age. If she dies here with you, don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt?" Wei Guchang's expression changed slightly. After the fierce battle, he turned his head to look at Dong Xianer, the blood-red look in his eyes instantly replaced by a touch of tenderness. It was undeniable that Xie Li was a cunning old fox. With just a few words, he had disintegrated Wei Guchang's momentum. Dong Xianer clenched her silver teeth and shouted, "Brother, don't listen to his crazy words. He is no longer our martial uncle. Xian Er can live and die with Big Brother in this life. I can die without regrets. No matter what, I cannot hand over the Heavenly Moon's silver plate." "Xian Er," Wei Guchang called out softly. At that moment, Xie Li's eyes flashed, and he, who had been biding his time, suddenly pushed his pure Saint Qi and pointed towards Wei Guchang. A dark ray of light. It shot out from his fingertips and hit Wei Guchang's chest while he was distracted. Wei Guchang's body shook as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His already weakened aura quickly weakened, and he staggered back over 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Big Brother!" Dong Xianer was shocked. She let out a mournful cry, like a cuckoo crying blood, causing one to shed tears. A ferocious look flashed across Xie Li's face as he laughed. "Smelly brat, you dare to fight with this old master? Let's see if you can survive this time. Kill him for me." "Despicable." Wei Guchang gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Seeing several enemies arrive in front of him, the brilliance of many artifacts and secret techniques blooming and enveloping him, he was unable to use his Saint Qi to defend himself. The full moon-like silver plate that had been suspended above his head also dimmed, unable to play the slightest role. Death was beckoning to him. Strangely, Wei Guchang's expression softened at this moment, but he finally glanced in the direction of Dong Xianer, his eyes filled with guilt and distress. Behind Dong Xianer, 2 other Origin returning realm Cultivator bombarded her back with violent attacks. Dong Xianer smiled at him, and the whole world suddenly became bright and colorful. Before death arrived, the two did not speak, Just a simple exchange of glances, and they knew that each other was satisfied. They were not born in the same year, month, and day, but they could die in the same year, month, and day. What else could they ask for? Wei Guchang stretched out his hand to grab Dong Xianer, and Dong Xianer also stretched out her jade white hand. The two hands clasped midair, as if their bodies and minds had become one. Immediately, the two hugged each other tightly, closed their eyes, and waited for death to arrive. The horrified screams of the enemies echoed in his ears. There was a violent energy fluctuation and the sound of bones breaking. The expected death didn't come as expected. Wei Guchang frowned and opened his eyes suspiciously, only to see a familiar face standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. Wei Guchang was stunned, his eyes widening in an instant, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes hard to confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion, Wei Guchang cried out, "Brother Yang!" The person standing next to him was Yang Kai. Wei Guchang's heart pounded wildly. Yang Kai had left Shadowed Star long ago for the vast star territory, something Wei Guchang knew, because he had heard Fei Zhitu mention this more than once, and every time he did, Fei Zhitu would wear a look of regret and regret. If his cultivation had not fallen, he could have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and experienced the wonders and wonders of the star territory. But at that critical juncture, something happened to him and his cultivation fell. In the end, from the Shadow Moon Hall, only Qian Tong left with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been gone for 7 or 8 years without any news from him, so no one knew whether they were safe in the star territory or not. But today, at this critical juncture, Yang Kai had magically appeared and saved his brother and sister's lives. Since Yang Kai had returned, what about Elder Qian? Wei Guchang hurriedly turned his head to look around. But apart from discovering 2 unknown but astonishingly beautiful women, he did not see any trace of Elder Qian. Wei Guchang's heart sank. Elder Qian is fine. Brother Wei need not worry. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, quickly comforting him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Wei En. You're still as elegant as ever. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Wei Guchang grinned, the blood at the corner of his mouth making him look even more ferocious. Brother Yang, are you making fun of this Wei? I wouldn't dare. Brother, let go of me first. Dong Xianer's voice reached Wei Guchang's ears like an ant. Startled, Wei Guchang remembered that he was still holding Dong Xianer tightly and had not let go even now. The soft body in his arms was rapidly heating up, and the fragrant breath in his ear made Wei Guchang feel inexplicably restless. But the fullness of her chest made him even more reluctant to let go. Brother and sister, although they had been deeply in love with each other for a long time, the two had not done anything too intimate for so many years. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were in a life and death crisis, they would not have been able to do this. Gently letting go of Dong Xianer, Wei Guchang scratched his head. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Yang. Dong Xianer stood to the side with a red face and lowered head, not saying a word. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Brother Wei and Miss Dong are true friends in times of need. This Yang is very moved. How could he make a fool of himself? Yang Kai said seriously, then raised his eyes and looked forward, lightly saying, What's going on? I've been gone for so many years, but something big seems to have happened in Shadow Moon Hall. Hearing this, Wei Guchang's expression became cold. It's not just Shadow Moon Hall. All of Shadowed Star has been turned upside down. It's hard to explain in a short time. But this person was one of the elders of Shadow Moon Hall and held great power in his hands. But now he has surrendered to the enemy and is committing all kinds of crimes. He even killed the old temple master and imprisoned city, Lord Fei. Killed the old temple master and imprisoned city, Lord Fei? Yang Kai looked shocked. Yes, little beast, so it was you. Opposite him, Xiali stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of hatred. as if Yang Kai had some kind of irreconcilable grudge against him. Throwing his head back and laughing wildly, "This old master has searched high and low for you for so many years, only to find you by chance. This old master has been looking for you for so many years, but now you've delivered yourself to his doorstep. Good, very good. Today this old master will kill you and avenge my dead child. Do you know me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "Sieli roared, nearly 10 years ago. Xia Hong died at your hands. Do you still remember him?" "Xia Hong?" Yang Kai frowned, but immediately remembered. "You mean the Xia family's young master who led his men to attack me in the Lu Yen desert?" "Yes. So you are Xia Hong's father, Sieli?" Yang Kai understood the other party's identity. "It is this old master. Today is the day I take revenge for my dead child. Little bastard, do you have anything to say?" Sieli gnashed his teeth and roared, his eyes turning red like a mad beast, causing those around him to shudder. Yang Kai sneered. "Xia Hong's death is entirely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else." "You murderer, you actually dare to twist words and force logic? Good, since you say so, you can only blame yourself for dying today. You can't blame anyone else," Sieli shouted hysterically. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. "Old man, you're wrong. I won't die today. The one who will die will be you." Sieli laughed. "Ignorant brat, you think this old master will listen to your nonsense. Whether you listen or not has nothing to do with me. Forget it. Since this is a matter of the Shadow Moon Hall, it's not good for me to intervene. So I'll let Elder Qian clean up the house." Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with Sieli anymore, so he communicated with the sealed world bead with his divine sense and informed Qian Tong, then reached out and pointed forward. "Elder Qian!" Wei Guchang heard this and looked around with a happy expression. "Where is Elder Qian? Is my master also here?" Dong Xianer also looked surprised. "He is." Yang Kai grinned, and a mysterious power burst out from his fingertips, gradually forming a vortex in front of him. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's eyes were attracted, nervously and expectantly watching as an old figure walked out of the vortex. "Qian Tong, what is this?" Xia Li's expression changed slightly as he stared at the strange vortex, unable to understand how Qian Tong came out of it. The vortex seemed to be connected to another world, making him unable to understand it. But soon, his eyes focused on Qian Tong, his face full of fear. Chapter 1670. As the great elder of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong had great prestige in Shadow Moon Hall for many years. The old hall master was in retreat all year round in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong was almost equivalent to half a hall master. Coupled with his extremely high cultivation, Xia Qin had always been very wary of him. Now that he saw Qian Tong appear, Xia Qin instinctively took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. But soon, he stopped moving with a ruthless look on his face. Yes, 10 years ago, he was indeed not Qian Tong's opponent. After all, he was a minor realm below him in terms of cultivation, but now he dispelled the deep-rooted fear of Qian Tong in his heart and replaced it with eagerness. "Oh, we're home." Qian Tong walked out of the vortex and saw Heavenly Fate City not far away at a glance. He laughed and said, "We're finally home. This old master was too bored staying in that damned place." Although the sealed world bead was peaceful and rich in world energy, there was still something missing, making Qian Tong feel uncomfortable. Now that he was back in Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong was in a good mood. Good. Chong! Xian. I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. You're actually about to break through to the second order origin, returning realm. How did you get hurt? Qian Tong's face sank and a thunderous anger appeared on his face. Who hurt you? He was still aware of the current situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both stared at Qian Tong in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, The two knelt down at Qian Tong's feet. Elder Qian, disciple failed to protect Shadow Moon Hall. Please punish me, Elder. Wei Guchang pressed his forehead to the ground and shouted in a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Dong Xianer also knelt on the ground, sobbing softly, even in the face of an enemy several times stronger than himself, even in the face of death. The brother and sister didn't even frown. But now, when they saw Qian Tong, their firm will finally crumbled. They were like children who had been wronged and saw their parents. Qian Tong also realized something was wrong at this moment and swept his eyes around coldly. Wei Wei's gaze paused on Xie Chen. She had a vague guess, but she did not pursue the matter immediately. She raised her hand and helped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianu up. She said in a low voice, "Get up and talk." Shadow Moon Hall, what happened? Qian Tong's face was calm. However, it was like the eve before a storm, causing an inexplicably oppressive atmosphere to appear in this world. The Shadow Moon Hall has been destroyed. Wei Guchang replied bitterly. Destroyed? Qian Tong's face sank. Who did it? Tell me in detail. Yes. Wei Guchang nodded respectfully. He then explained the changes that happened in the Shadow Moon Hall one by one. 2 years ago, a great change suddenly occurred on Shadowed Star. A mysterious force emerged and crazily suppressed all the great sects and families on Shadowed Star. Anyone who did not submit would be killed. For a time, all of Shadowed Star was in a reign of terror. Countless cities were reduced to ruins overnight. Hundreds of millions of lives perished. Whales filled the world as corpses piled up into mountains. Blood flowed freely. Soon, the claws of that mysterious force reached out to Shadow Moon Hall. In the face of such a powerful force, the leaders of Shadow Moon Hall did not know what to do. Shadow Moon Hall was divided into 2 factions. This was revealed when Qian Tong was still on Shadowed Star. In the face of a crisis, this division became even more serious. In the end, the pro-surrender faction, led by Xie Chen, emerged victorious. Xie Chen and the others launched a sneak attack on the old temple master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xie Chen became the new temple master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were called by the old temple master the night before the incident. The old temple master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon's silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the 2 of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xie Chen sent out news that Fei Ji too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others. So Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the 2 of them jumped in without hesitation. The old temple master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned. Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster. But did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji too's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of third-order origin returning realm masters. But what? But they were not their opponent, and several of them died, so they had no choice but to return, Wei Guchang said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain. So how could they not be their opponent, and several of them even died? It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King realm master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings. Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star, and 4 of them at once? How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King realm masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Guchang was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Guchang's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, right? Great Elder, ye should be clear about this. What do you mean? Yang Kai's expression changed. It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating. Yi Shiyin was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyin to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyin would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyin had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyin's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyin, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyin, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Guchang conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this Corpse Spirit Religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today, High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. I know that, Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an Emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Xianer also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect. But unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery, and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. Are you done chatting? Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xia Chen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Guchang from divulging information. But now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xia Chen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered. Great Elder Qian, long time no see. Xiaqin. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall. So when the Xia family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune. This old master will not be able to absolve himself from the blame, even if he dies 10,000 times. Ha ha ha. Xia Chen laughed wildly. Qian Tong, you're about to die, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Who do you think you are? Yes, you did make this old master fear you back then, and you also had the ability to kill me. But since you didn't do so, you no longer have the chance. Today, this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm master and Shadow Moon Hall's temple master. You are no longer my opponent. Qian Tong, out of consideration for your great contributions to Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master can spare your life, as long as you are willing to submit to corpse spirit religion. This temple master will restore your position as great elder. Qian Tong looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown, the sarcasm and contempt in his eyes obvious. Yang Kai was also amused by Xiaqin. Xiaqin was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. Yet he dared to challenge the current Qian Tong. It seemed that he really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 16, 71. Seeing Qian Tong not speaking, Xiaqin thought he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant and shouted, Qian Tong, a wise man submits to circumstances. Corpse Spirit Religion has 4 origin kings and will soon unify Shadowed Star. Don't be stubborn. As long as you are willing to submit, this temple master can put in a few good words for you. With your cultivation, you will be valued no less than this temple master's. Qian Tong let out a long sigh, his tone bleak as he glanced over at Xiaqin faintly. You said that Corpse Spirit Religion has for origin king realm masters? Yes. Xia Chen grinned meaningfully and nodded. Do you know what the Origin King realm is? The Origin King realm. Xia Chen paused for a moment as a look of confusion appeared on his face. This realm had been passed down on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, and the world only knew that it was a realm higher than the Origin returning realm. But when Xiaqin really spoke about it, he didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it before. Unable to help becoming angry out of shame, Xiaqin roared, Do you know? Qian Tong looked at him faintly and did not speak, then stretched out his hand toward Xiaqin, grasped the air lightly and withdrew it. Xiaqin instinctively stepped back and pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier, but the storm of attacks did not reach him and there was not even a single scar on his body. He also did not notice any trace of Saint Chi surging from Qian Tong's body. Qian Tong, you dare fool this temple master? Xiaqin flew into a rage, his face alternating between red and blue. You're dead! Since you and I both came from Shadow Moon Hall, this temple master did not want to kill you. But since you don't put this temple master in your eyes, no one can save you today. Kill him. Xiaqin roared his last sentence at his subordinates. When Yang Kai saved Wei Guchang earlier, he keenly noticed that these people were all from Shadow Moon Hall. Before he figured out the truth of the situation, he didn't kill them. All he did was shake them away from Wei Guchang. These people were fine, and now they had all recovered. Hearing Xiaqin's order, the group of 6 or 7 origin returning realm masters hesitated. Xiaqin was afraid of Qian Tong, but so were they. Although everyone's strength had increased after joining the Corpse Spirit Religion, Qian Tong's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. At this time, it was impossible for them to make a move against Qian Tong. They were undoubtedly very nervous. Palace Master. Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something shocking. He pointed at Xiaqin in horror and shouted loudly. The others looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Horror appeared in their eyes, and they couldn't help but pull away from Xie Chen, avoiding him as if he was the plague. "What's wrong?" Xie Chen was still a little slow to react. When he looked down, his expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror, "What's going on?" He suddenly discovered that his arms were filled with energy. At the base of his legs, there was a wave of energy running rampant. This energy could be seen with the naked eye, but there was not the slightest fluctuation. This energy was like a locust that tore a small hole in Xie Chen's body and drilled into it. Throughout this process, Xie Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Xie Chen felt his hair stand on end. He felt a chill run down his spine, almost causing the soles of his feet to cramp. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk for explosions rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Xie Chen's hands and feet exploded into a bloody mist. Only his short upper body remained as it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Xie Chen's expression twisted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The traders of Shadow Moon Hall also looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their expressions changed drastically. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a nightmare. Xie Chen roared like a wounded beast. Without his hands and feet, he looked both comical and miserable, as if he had suffered some kind of cruel torture. This palace master is a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. No one can do this except for an origin king. This palace master doesn't believe it. Xie Chen had obviously suffered a huge blow and looked like he had gone mad. As soon as he spoke these words, his entire body froze. Staring at Qian Tong in a daze, fear finally filling the depths of his eyes as he muttered, "Origin King realm. You're already an Origin King?" If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, it would have been impossible for him to be reduced to this state with just a wave of his hand. If Qian Tong was not an Origin King, Xie Chen would definitely have been able to fight back. "You're not too stupid." Qian Tong said indifferently, "What, Great Elder is already an Origin King?" Wei Guchang was stunned. Dong Xian covered her mouth with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, her originally dim eyes once again shone with light. Origin King realm. Had Honored Master actually reached the legendary realm that had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years? If this was the case, then the Shadow Moon Hall could be saved. Dong Xianer's tender body trembled as tears overflowed from her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she thought of all her brothers and sisters who had died tragically in front of her. All of you should be able to rest in peace now. Honored Master has now reached the Origin King realm and will soon be able to avenge all of you by killing all those murderers and giving you justice. Asterisk Putong, asterisk the several Origin returning realm traders in the Shadow Moon Hall knelt on the ground, all of them staring at Qian Tong in horror, constantly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Great Elder, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate knows his wrongs. This subordinate asks Great Elder to spare this subordinate's life. Great Elder, this subordinate was forced to do this. This subordinate's wife and daughter are in the hands of those bastards. This subordinate had no choice but to collude with them. This subordinate asks for Great Elder's judgment. Great Elder, please spare our lives. Let us live. Great Elder is merciful. Please let us go." Qian Tong looked at them with disgust and hatred before taking a deep breath and asking, "Chang Xian, have they ever killed any of my Shadow Moon Hall's loyalists?" "Yes." Wei Guchang's eyes were burning with anger as he replied in a deep voice. Vicious enemies were not hateful. What was hateful were these traitors who aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Wei Guchang had seen these traitors kill his former compatriots more than once. "Good. Qian Tong's clothes fluttered without any wind as his monstrous anger spread out like a tsunami, completely drowning the traitors in the Shadow Moon Hall. Since you've already killed them, there's nothing left to say. Saying so, Qian Tong stretched out his hand and pointed at these traitors. Silently, these traitors froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Everyone's face showed a pained look, as if they were enduring some unbearable torture. A moment later, boom, 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 loud noises rang out, and without exception, the traitors all exploded and died. Their souls were destroyed. The only one left was Xie Qin, who had lost all his limbs, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation crippled. "Kill me! Kill me!" Xie Qin roared in a low voice. In his current state, he would rather die. After cultivating for nearly 100 years, Xie Qin was met with such retribution because of a single mistake. Killing you is letting you off too easily. Qian Tong was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the blood from flowing from Xie Qin's wound. He reached out and lifted him up, taking large strides toward Sky Fortune City. "Chang, Xian, come with this old man to save your martial Uncle Fei." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer looked at each other and followed excitedly. They knew that Qian Tong was truly angry this time. Otherwise, with his past temperament, he would never have acted so viciously. Killing someone was nothing more than a simple matter. But he had forcibly saved Xie Qin's life and used pain and fear to torture his body and mind. It seemed that Qian Tong was going to make a big fuss this time. "Let's go and take a look," Yang Kai called out to Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. "I owe a debt of gratitude to City Lord Fei. Since he is Junior Brother's benefactor, we must save him," the two women replied in unison. Inside Sky Fortune City, security was tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, as if they were guarding against something. And in a certain square inside Sky Fortune City, Fei Zhitu's hair was disheveled, his body was shackled, and his hands and feet were heavily shackled. He looked terrible, and there were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. It was unknown whether he had been sealed or his cultivation had been crippled. But even though he was down and out, he still stood straight. Around the square, countless residents of Sky Fortune City had gathered. These people were all looking up at Fei Zhitu, standing on a high platform, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Fei Zhitu had been Sky Fortune City lord for many years, and although he had not done a perfect job, he had still been able to empathize with the people and protect the safety of Sky Fortune City. But ever since Corp's spirit religion took over, Sky Fortune City had been in complete chaos. Countless children had disappeared inexplicably, and countless beautiful girls had been abducted. As long as the people of Sky Fortune City showed any signs of resistance, they would immediately be punished and suppressed. Compared to the days when Fei Zhitu was the city lord, life now was simply torture and hell. So they missed the days of those days very much. However, today was the day Fei Zhitu would be beheaded in public. Corp's spirit religion wanted to use this to warn all of Shadowed Star how miserable the fate of those who resisted would be. Not far from the high platform where Fei Zhitu was standing, there were several high-ranking members of Shadow Moon Hall. In the past, Fei Zhitu had some dealings with them and even called Fei Zhitu brothers, but now they were gathered around a young man in a purple robe who looked very luxurious, fawning over him. This young man was not very old, only about 17 or 18 years old, but his face was abnormally pale, and there was a faint cold aura around him that made people feel very uncomfortable. If one got close enough, one could even smell a faint rancid smell coming from his body. At this moment, he was sitting under the scorching sun and seemed to be a little irritated. From time to time, he would look up at the sun in the sky and curse under his breath. One of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall noticed this and immediately waved his hand. "Bring in the blood food!" As soon as he gave the order, a Saint King Realm cultivator rushed over from nearby. This Cultivator carried a child in his hand and rushed to the high platform in a single step. Chapter 1672. The child that was brought up was only around 2 to 3 years old. He was fair and chubby, as if he was carved from jade. He looked very cute. However, being treated so rudely, the child naturally cried and screamed, waving his arms and legs in the air. In the crowd below, there was a man about 30 years old. After hearing the child's cries, he suddenly trembled and looked at the child with trembling eyes, calling out in a shrill voice, "My child!" This 3-year-old child was his flesh and blood. A few days ago, he had inexplicably disappeared from his home, and he didn't know who had abducted his child. Only today did he realize that the one who had abducted his flesh and blood turned out to be someone from Shadow Moon Hall. So the rumors are true. During this period of time, many children under 5 years of age within Heavenly Fortune City, as well as many young and beautiful girls, had mysteriously disappeared. Their families had searched everywhere for them, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find anything. Everyone privately speculated that this was the work of Shadow Moon Hall. After all, in this small piece of land, only Shadow Moon Hall had the ability and strength to do so. But guesses were just guesses, as they did not have any proof. Moreover, the Shadow Moon Palace of today was no longer the Shadow Moon Palace of the past. They did not dare to question the Shadow Moon Palace, but could only grit their teeth and swallow it down, as they silently shed tears. Now, his child had suddenly appeared in front of him. Naturally, the man was very excited and hurriedly rushed forward. His cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent. He hadn't even reached the Saint Realm yet. Normally, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of the masters of Shadow Moon Hall. But now that he loved his child so much, he couldn't care less. His figure leapt up and flew up into the air, straight towards the high platform. Impudence! A loud shout rang out, and a stream of light flashed. The man who was in the air let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. When he fell to the ground, he was already a corpse. An uproar broke out as the surrounding crowd trembled with fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In front of Master Fong, "You dare act so presumptuously? Kill 100 of them," shouted the cultivator who had attacked earlier. The residents of Sky Fortune City all had expressions of grief and indignation, but none of them dared to speak. At this time, the 3-year-old child had already been sent in front of the youth surnamed Fong. The young man looked the child up and down with a satisfied expression. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, a young woman with heavy makeup walked out from behind her. Twisting her snake-like waist, the corner of her mouth held a cold and seductive smile. "What are you guys trying to do?" Fei Ji-tu suddenly asked. He stood on the high platform, and although he couldn't use his own strength, he still stared sharply at the young man. The young man curled his lips and did not reply. He clearly believed that a prisoner like Fei Ji-tu did not have the qualifications to speak to him. On the other hand, the traitor from the Shadow Moon Hall chuckled. "Brother Fei, it's better if you don't talk so much. It's not bad to quietly enjoy the last moments of my life." After mocking and ridiculing, the traitor no longer paid attention to Fei Ji-tu's. The young woman came in front of the child and reached out to grab the child's tender wrist. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, looking extremely seductive. She lightly opened her red lips and smiled. "Very tender blood food. I'm sure Master will be satisfied." "Do it." The youth surnamed Fong was noncommittal. The young woman nodded and flicked her wrist. Suddenly, a cold, gleaming dagger appeared. She gently cut the child's wrist, and dark red blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The young woman's other hand had a glass bottle. She placed it under the child's wrist and caught the blood that flowed out. Drip, drip, the sound of blood sputtering and the child's mournful cries affected everyone's heart. The onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. "You are all heartless. You will all die a horrible death." Fei Ji2 roared and struggled to rush over to save the child. But before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked to the ground by a cultivator on a high platform and was ruthlessly kicked a few times. The youth, surnamed Fong, coldly glanced at Fei Ji2 and sneered. "What right does a loser have to speak to me? But don't worry, this is only the beginning of your life. After I cut off your head, this king will grant you a new life." His words were inexplicable, and many people did not understand. But to Fei Ji2, they were no less than the voice of a demon. He prostrated himself on the ground and roared with his head raised, "Fong Fingqi, I won't let you go even if I die." The youth sneered, "When you become a member of my corpse spirit clan, you won't think like this. At that time, you will also have the right to enjoy this kind of blood." As he spoke, he took the glass bottle filled with fresh blood from the young woman's hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then he raised his head and drank the cup of warm blood in one gulp. The onlookers were all shocked. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at the trace of blood at the corner of Fong Fingqi's mouth. Everyone froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. This person actually drank blood? Also, what kind of strange creature was the corpse spirit clan he spoke of? The scene in front of them was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Fong Fingqi was undoubtedly the incarnation of a demon in the eyes of the crowd, the source of evil. Many people did not even have the courage to look at him. Fei Ji2's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. He stared at Fong Fingqi as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "It tastes good." Fong Fingqi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The coquettishly dressed young woman knelt in front of him, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and sucked his finger clean of blood. A strange, heart-tugging moan came from her throat. The child who had been drained of blood looked dispirited at this moment. He did not have the strength to cry, and his little face was pale. He was taken away by the Saint King Realm cultivator. Although his life was not in danger, suffering such a disaster at the age of 3 was bound to leave a shadow in his heart. Perhaps it would accompany him for the rest of his life and could not be erased. Okay, the time has come. Fei Ji2, prepare to welcome your new life. This is a special treatment given to you by the religion master. You must be grateful. Fong Fingqi stood up. After drinking a bottle of blood, an abnormal blush appeared on his originally pale face, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fei Ji2 laughed. "I, Fei Ji2, swear that even if I become an evil spirit in the future, I will kill all of you. I will also kill all of you bastards. Remember this." His eyes swept over the traders in the shadow moon, hall one by one. Everyone who caught his eye trembled in fear, their faces ugly. "Well said." A warm and angry voice suddenly came from the void, extremely abrupt. "Who?" Fong Fingqi's face changed greatly. He quickly looked up at the sky. He instinctively had a bad feeling. The strength of this person seemed to be extremely high, actually invading right under his nose without him noticing. Fong Fingqi was already a third-order origin returning realm master, so being able to escape his detection meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of the third order. This is... Fei Ji2 was stunned for a moment, but soon he began to laugh wildly. He already recognized it. The one who spoke just now was Qian Tong. In the void, a figure flickered and Qian Tong appeared. "Great Elder!" The traders in the Shadow Moon Hall all showed looks of horror as they cried out in horror. "Very good. You still have me, your great elder, in your eyes." Qian Tong swept his gaze down lightly, making the traders feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. 2 streams of light quickly flew over. It was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer who had followed closely behind Qian Tong. They saw the distressed Fei Ji2 at a glance and immediately shouted, "Marshal Uncle Fei!" "Chong, or Xianer." Fei Jitu looked at the two rising stars of the Shadow Moon Hall and sighed heavily. During this time, he had been unable to contact Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so he didn't know how they were doing. Now that he saw that they were unharmed, he naturally felt relieved. "Go and rescue your martial Uncle Fei," Qian Tong ordered. Yes, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer quickly rushed down to the high platform. The cultivator responsible for guarding Fei Jitu was at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how to deal with this situation. Just as he was at a loss, Wei Guchang sent him flying with a kick. "Scram! Wei Guchang! How dare you be so impudent in front of Master Fong?" Someone immediately reprimanded loudly. Wei Guchang laughed coldly. While guarding Dong Xianer as he untied Fei Jitu, he looked down on the person who shouted, "Yuan Qi! I, Wei Guchang, have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Not only did you become the enemy's lackey, you even tried to harm Martial Uncle Fei. Good, very good. Today is the day you die." The cultivator called Yuan Qi's face turned green and red at Wei Guchang's words. He retorted, "What do you know? Don't spout nonsense." Wei Guchang seemed to want to say something, but Qian Tong said calmly, "Don't waste your breath on them. There's nothing to say to the dead." Wei Guchang thought about it seriously and nodded. Great Elder is right. Yuan Qi was furious. Suddenly, he saw something in Qian Tong's hand. He looked at it carefully and his expression changed. Hall Master? It was only now that he realized that the thing in Qian Tong's hand was actually Xie Chen. Xie Chen had lost both his hands and legs. Furthermore, he wasn't dead yet. His expression was one of pain, as if his heart was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He looked extremely miserable. Hearing him say this, the others finally reacted. Seeing Xie Chen's miserable end, it was as if it was foreshadowing their own futures. They couldn't help but feel their hands and feet go cold. They all quietly moved closer to Fong Fingqi, as if they were looking for some sense of security. Qian Tong casually threw Xie Chen's upper body onto the high platform and said calmly, "I don't want to stain my hands with too much blood from my fellow disciples. I'll give you all a chance. Kill yourselves." Everyone's body trembled. "Old Ghost Qian, don't you think you're exaggerating? It's more important for us to leave this place as soon as possible." Fei Jitu shouted anxiously. Qian Tong was indeed powerful, but there were too many enemies here. He didn't think that Qian Tong could handle them all. If Qian Tong died here, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Chapter 16, 73. Not only did Fei Jitu think so, but so did the Shadow Moon Hall elders who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. All of them stared at Qian Tong strangely, as if they were looking at a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fong Fingqi laughed. "Old dog, you talk big. Do you think you're an origin king?" Qian Tong still looked indifferent and did not intend to answer him, instead focusing his attention on the traders of Shadow Moon Hall. To the side, Wei Guchang looked excited and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. Yang Kai wanted to announce loudly the Great Elder had really reached the Origin King realm. He wanted to see what kind of reaction these fence-sitters would have when they heard this shocking news. It would definitely be wonderful, right? However, since Great Elder did not want to answer, why should he be in such a hurry to jump out? Once they witnessed the Great Elder's godly methods, they would understand how ridiculously wrong they were. On the high platform, Qian Tong said in a bleak tone, "I'll give you 30 breaths to think about it. After 30 breaths, this old master will act personally." "Great Elder, don't go too far. Old Ghost Qian, aren't you looking down on us too much?" So what if you're the former Great Elder? Even ants drag out their lives. How can we commit suicide? If you want our lives, come and take them yourself. That's right, Qian Tong, if you try to kill us here today, don't blame us for being impolite. The group of people shouted aggressively, mainly because Qian Tong's calm attitude was too infuriating. It was as if he was really an Origin King realm master. Just by moving his lips a few times, he was able to make them commit suicide. Qian Tong had been in retreat for the past few years, and it seemed that he had cultivated to the point where his brain was muddled. Qian Tong closed his eyes and ignored their noise. Instead, it was his 4 limbs that were gone. Xia Chen, who still had vitality, seemed to have lost his mind and was suffering both physical and mental torture. He could not help but chuckle mischievously, his laughter reaching everyone's ears. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Noisy! Fang Fengqi coldly snorted and waved his hand. A blade-like attack slashed out and directly cut Xia Chen's body in half. You will all die. All of you will die. Xia Chen roared twice before he completely stopped breathing. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he glared at Xia Chen's corpse. He coldly snorted, You can't succeed! Among the traders of Shadow Moon Hall, Xia Chen wasn't the strongest, but he was the one who knew how to act according to circumstances, which was why Fang Fengqi had supported him as temple master and used the secret technique passed down by the religion master to promote his cultivation, allowing him to break through to the Third Order Origin returning realm in a short time. But Xia Chen had not expected him to be so useless. Not only did he fail to kill the 2 Shadow Moon Hall's juniors and snatch the Heavenly Moon's silver plate as planned, his limbs were cut off and he was carried back like a dog. There was no point in keeping such a person alive. At that moment, there was another flash of light on the high platform, and Yang Kai appeared with Su Yan and Xianing Chang. Seeing Fei Zhitu's miserable appearance, Yang Kai's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Yang Kai's wrist, and circulated his Saint Qi to investigate. Yang Kai, you're here too. Fei Zhitu grinned, a warm and touched look on his face. He had not lived his life in vain. At the most critical moment, not only had old Ghost Qian brought 2 juniors to rescue him, even Yang Kai had come. Fei Zhitu was a man made of iron. Yang Kai's eyes could not help becoming moist. When Su Yan and Xia Ningchang appeared on the high platform together, the whole world seemed to become much brighter. Almost all of the high-ranking traders of Shadow Moon Hall had their eyes focused on the 2 women, exclaiming from time to time that there were such perfect women in this world. It was as if they didn't exist in this world. Fang Fengqi's eyes flashed a terrifying light. His pair of eyes stared at Su Yan and Xia Ningchang back and forth, a strong sense of possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, as if he had seen some delicious food. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, even his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Senior Fei, your injuries. Yang Kai examined Fei Zhitu for a moment before frowning, hesitating to speak. Fei Zhitu's expression changed as he became nervous. It's nothing serious, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's just that your Saint Qi has been sealed and you've suffered some physical pain. You scared me to death. Fei Zhitu let out a long breath, thought for a moment, and said, And he still has a use for my body, so naturally he won't destroy my foundation. It's just a minor injury. Senior Fei doesn't need to worry about it. Little senior sister, do you have any spirit pills suitable for him now? Yang Kai looked back at Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang took out a jade bottle from his space ring without saying a word and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a dark red pill. Fei Zhitu didn't even look at it, directly snatching it and stuffing it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes bulged as he exclaimed, This is... Before he could finish speaking, he immediately sat down cross-legged on the high platform and began circulating his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. In a very short time, Fei Zhitu's body gave off rich energy fluctuations, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer glanced at each other, both secretly shocked. How could they not see that the spirit pill Xia Ningchang just took out was definitely an origin grade or above pill, most likely even an origin grade high-rank pill, otherwise its medicinal efficacies would not have been so obvious. An origin grade high-rank pill being taken out so casually, Wei Guchang couldn't help feeling moved. Many thanks, sister-in-law. Wei Guchang cupped his fist solemnly and thanked her along with Dong Xianer. Xia Ningchang's small face blushed slightly for a moment before she glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips. Brother is too polite. Senior Fei is junior brother's benefactor, so he is our benefactor as well. A trivial pill is nothing. Brother Yang, you're so lucky. Wei Guchang winked at Yang Kai, quite envious of him hugging so many beauties. Grab those 2 women for me. They belong to this king. Fang Fengqi suddenly shouted, without even mentioning Su Yan and Xia Ningchang's beauty. Just the pill Xia Ningchang casually took out was enough to make him jealous. On Shadowed Star, origin grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their Shi to resist. But in front of Qian Tong's domain, their Shi was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as a dozen or so origin returning realm masters, wrapped in the territory, seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. Great Elder, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me. Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate City before, when these traders realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traders from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good. Good kill. Good kill. Don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Chi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin, returning realm cultivation, lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Chi protection was broken, and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Fang Fengqi, after all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, and would not die so easily. He did not even look back as he desperately pushed his strength to escape from this place. Qian Tong had suddenly become an origin king, so staying here was tantamount to courting death. This news had to be reported to the 4 protectors and the religion master, no matter what. He felt that Qian Tong did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him, and was instead still standing there, motionless. Although he did not understand whether the other party disdained to attack him or not, Fang Fengqi was overjoyed, thinking that he could escape this calamity. Just as he was thinking this, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red, needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously, he looked cold and gloomy, but now Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique. But his face had become extremely distorted, and 2 fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death chi. Recalling the name corpse spirit religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison! Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head, holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand. He was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon-bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King-grade artifact!" Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk xiu, 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 asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Fang Fengqi's physique was extremely strong and was able to resist some of these void cracks, but no matter how powerful he was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent killing blow. Numerous wounds appeared on his body. His flesh and blood were all banished to the void. Green blood continued to flow from his wounds. The entire world seemed to be polluted. "Don't kill him yet." Qian Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Obviously, he had also noticed some problems. Standing on the high platform, he stretched out his hand and completely imprisoned Fang Fengqi, who was struggling to resist, before being dragged back to the high platform. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at Fang Fengqi, a trace of uneasiness surging in the depths of his heart. At this moment, the onlookers also noticed the strangeness of Fang Fengqi. Many of the more timid ones did not dare to look directly at him, turning their gazes away one after another. Even those who were more courageous couldn't help showing a look of horror as they stared at Fang Fengqi in horror, unable to believe that such a person existed in this world. "Old dog, quickly release this king, otherwise, when Religion Master takes action, he will make you die without a burial." Fang Fengqi did not beg for mercy, and instead threatened Qian Tong. Qian Tong's eyes coldly swept over Fang Fengqi's body before fixing on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. Stretching out 2 fingers, he pierced through it in an instant. Even though Yang Kai had pierced his head with the dragon bone sword, Fang Fengqi did not show the slightest fear. But when Qian Tong did this, he revealed an extremely terrified expression and cried out in alarm. "Old dog, what are you doing?" Qian Tong ignored him and instead stared solemnly at the wound on Fang Fengqi's abdomen. There was a green bead about the size of a fingernail, but it contained an astonishing amount of energy. "If this old master is not mistaken, you will die if you destroy this bead, right?" Qian Tong glanced indifferently at Fang Fengqi. Fang Fengqi's face changed slightly, but he grit his teeth and did not answer. "Yang Kai, restrain him first. This old master has some things to ask him," Qian Tong said. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and pulled the dragon bone sword out of Fang Fengqi's head before sending out a dozen golden blood threads to bind Fang Fengqi tightly. The chaos came to an end. Qian Tong stood on the high platform, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, this old master has been in retreat for many years and has only just emerged today. I am deeply saddened to hear about the great changes that have occurred on Shadowed Star, but please rest assured that Heavenly Fate City will still be under the jurisdiction of my Shadow Moon Hall. From now on, no one will dare invade this place. As for that corpse spirit religion, this old master will meet with them to give justice to all of you and restore Shadowed Star to its former glory." Countless people boiled up, frantically shouting Qian Tong's name as they gathered around the high platform. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of corpse spirit religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now, Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realm Master. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian, please uphold justice. My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the city, Lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the city, Lord's mansion, to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago. He must be in the city, Lord's mansion. My daughter is also missing. Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, Everyone, please wait a moment. This old master will send someone to the city, Lord's mansion, to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you. Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness. We will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple will go and take a look. Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the city, Lord's mansion, with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, I'll go too. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang followed closely behind. In the city Lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to corpse spirit religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy. But these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim, as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fingqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless. Su Yan was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, releasing these people. Xia Ningchang stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others were heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon, there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago, and this was only Heavenly Fate City. So what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others were heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fingqi, their eyes spitting fire. Great Elder, let me kill him! Wei Guchang shouted as he stood up. Qian Tong waved his hand, motioning Wei Guchang to calm down before turning to look at Fang Fingqi and asking, If this old master is not mistaken, you are from Grand Burial Valley, yes? Hearing this question, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of understanding as he thought to himself, Sure enough! He had also guessed so. Grand Burial Valley was an extremely special place on Shadowed Star. It was rumored that more than 2,000 years ago, it was the headquarters of a huge force called the Ancient Yang Sect, but unfortunately it offended Star Emperor Mountain and was uprooted overnight along with its headquarters. In Grand Burial Valley, there were countless dangers and spirit arrays, but the most dangerous of all was a group of special creatures that lived in Grand Burial Valley, a group of people who should have died. Chapter 16, 75. When the Ancient Yang Sect was destroyed, countless sect disciples were killed or wounded, but for some unknown reason, after their deaths, they were reborn in a completely new form, becoming corpses that could cultivate, move, and fight. On Shadowed Star, some of the younger generation probably did not know the situation inside Grand Burial Valley, but Qian Tong did. Yang Kai also knew that when he and Yang Yan explored Grand Burial Valley, the 5 elements' indestructible sword-tempering art, the sun's true essence, and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were all brought out from Grand Burial Valley. At that time, he was besieged by several powerful corpse generals, and if not for his space force, he would not have had a chance to escape. As soon as he fought with Fang Fingqi, Yang Kai had some speculations, and Qian Tong's inquiry confirmed his suspicions. Old thing, you have good eyesight. I'm indeed from the Grand Burial Valley. I'm from the noble corpse spirit clan, and I'm above all living things. Fang Fengqi didn't show much fear and shouted arrogantly, "Corpse spirit race." This was what the special creatures of corpse spirit religion called themselves, something Qian Tong had already heard from Fei Ji Tuesday. You think you can stand above all things? Qian Tong's expression was indifferent. You are just people who should be dead. You don't have the qualifications. Haha. Fang Fengqi chuckled. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide. You will know in the future. Old dog, don't waste your time. This king won't tell you anything. Really? Qian Tong sneered. Even if this old master destroys your corpse bead, you won't cooperate. Corpse beads were the beads filled with corpse qi in the abdomens of corpse spirits, like Fang Fengqi. To a member of the corpse spirit race, this bead was no less important than a monster core to a monster beast. All the abilities of the corpse spirit race originated from their corpse beads. Fei Ji, too, had fought with members of the corpse spirit race. Naturally, he knew about this information. Fang Fengqi's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Old thing, how dare you threaten me?" Whether it's a threat or not, you'll know once you try. Qian Tong's tone was aggressive. Fang Fengqi seemed to have seen through Qian Tong's decisiveness. His face turned cold and twisted. He shouted, "You want to pry information from me? You're dreaming, old thing. I won't let you get what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his abdomen, followed by a slight cracking sound, as if something had broken. Not good. Fei Ji2's expression changed drastically. The others quickly realized what was happening, and Yang Kai quickly began circulating his Saint Qi, protecting Su Yan and Xianing Chang. Qian Tong waved his hand and wrapped Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer in a thick layer of Saint Qi. One day, my corpse spirit church will unify Shadowed Star, and all of you will die. Ha ha ha. Fang Fengqi laughed wildly, accompanied by a loud bang. His entire body suddenly exploded. A thick green corpse qi burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. Wherever the corpse qi passed, the ground corroded, the tables and chairs turned into dust. An entire city, Lord's mansion, shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the last moment, if not for Qian Tong's protection with his Origin King realm cultivation, the city Lord's mansion would have been destroyed. After all, the self-destruction of a third-order origin returning realm master was immeasurable. Sparing Fang Fengqi's life was originally to inquire about the situation of Corpse Spirit Church, but not only did he fail to get what he wanted, he even got himself into trouble. Qian Tong's expression turned ugly. If every one of the Corpse Spirit Religion's members were as crazy as them, it would be troublesome. Outside the main hall, suddenly, an origin-returning realm cultivator hurriedly walked in, turned his head and looked around, a look of shock filling his face, not knowing what was going on. "What's the matter?" Qian Tong asked in a deep voice. The man quickly cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Great Elder, "The Corpse Spirit Church disciples hiding in Heavenly Fate City have been wiped out." "Well done. Were there any casualties?" "With the assistance of High Heaven Sect's elders. Only a dozen or so were killed or injured." "Bury them." "Yes." In Shadow Moon Hall, although many people were afraid of death and had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Church, there were also many who were able to stand their ground. Without exception, all of these people had been imprisoned and had been rescued 2 days ago. At this time, it was just the right time to serve Qian Tong. In Heavenly Fate City, Fang Fingqi was not the only corpse spirit. When Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, and the others attacked the city lord's mansion, they encountered some corpse spirits and were all killed. Heavenly Fate City's corpse spirits had also been scattered and hidden, but at this time they were all picked out one by one. It could be said that it was only now that the entire Heavenly Fate City had been refreshed and its internal troubles had been eliminated. Yang Xiuzhu and the others stepped in from the outside. "Thank you for your hard work." Qian Tong quickly got up and cupped his fists gratefully. Yang Xiuzhu waved his hand, his expression not relaxing in the slightest. It was just killing some small fries. It wasn't hard work, but if a trivial Heavenly Fate City is like this, I really don't know what the other cities on Shadowed Star are like. Fei Ji2 sighed. In the past 2 years, Corpse Spirit Church has developed extremely quickly. They seem to have a secret technique that can turn living people into corpse spirits, making them even more loyal to them. When Corpse Spirit Church first appeared 2 years ago, there were only 1,000 of them, but now there are more than 10,000. Many of these 10,000 members are origin returning realm masters from various great sects and families. They cannot be underestimated. Fang Fingqi had also planned to turn Fei Ji2 into a corpse spirit before, so he had not wasted his cultivation or destroyed his meridians. As long as his meridians were not destroyed, even if he was beheaded, Fang Fingqi had a way to turn Fei Ji2 into a member of the corpse spirit race, allowing him to display the strength he had when he was alive. Shadowed Star's great calamity. Qian Tong sighed heavily. After going out for 7 or 8 years, his homeland had actually become like this. The joy of breaking through to the Origin King realm was instantly replaced by deep sadness and worry. "Everyone, I want to return to Clear Sky Sect to take a look," Mo suddenly said. He had been helping out in Heavenly Fate City these past 2 days, and had only found some time to return now. "Brother Mo." Qian Tong opened his mouth, naturally understanding his mood. They did not know the current situation of Clear Sky Sect, but now at least half of the great forces on Shadowed Star had been involved in this turmoil. Clear Sky Sect was one of the great forces on Shadowed Star and one of Corpse Spirit Church's key targets, so the situation was likely not optimistic. Mo wanting to return to Clear Sky Sect was perfectly justified. After all, he was Clear Sky Sect's great elder. However, at this time, letting him return alone was really unsettling. If possible, Qian Tong would naturally be willing to accompany him, but although he had conquered Heavenly Fate City, the issue of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters had not yet been resolved. The headquarters was still in an abyss of trouble and urgently needed him to deal with it personally, rescue the disciples who were unwilling to submit to Corpse Spirit Church, and kill the traitors who had betrayed them. This Mo is no longer an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master, so you don't need to worry, I will be careful. Mo smiled lightly. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Qian Tong did not say anything more, and simply said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, Brother Mo should be careful on the way. Don't worry on Shadowed Star today. I'm afraid there are few who can stop me." Mo nodded. In the past, Mo was one of the top origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, and after experiencing the Blood Prison, although he was unable to break through to the Origin King realm in one fell swoop like Qian Tong, his overall combat power had improved greatly. No matter how powerful Corpse Spirit Church was, as long as there was no Origin King present, they would not be able to do anything to him. "Senior Mo, how about waiting for a while?" "I'll go with you," Yang Kai suddenly said. "Yang Kai, do you want to go back to High Heaven Sect?" Qian Tong asked. Although High Heaven Sect is impregnable, and there is no need to worry about it being broken through, I don't know how Elder Ye's situation is, so I want to go back and take a look. It just so happens that Senior Mo is on the way. Good. Although he did not understand why Yang Kai wanted him to wait for a while, Mou still agreed. After everything was discussed, Yang Kai immediately went to the location of Heavenly Fate City's space array. When Corpse Spirit Church took control of Heavenly Fate City, they had destroyed the space array, so Yang Kai wanted to try and see if he could repair it. If possible, it would save some time on the road. After all, the journey to High Heaven Sect was not a short one. Yang Kai had borrowed Heavenly Fate City's space array more than once, so he naturally knew its location. Soon, he brought Su Yan and Xia Ningchang to the location. The two women spread out to guard against the unexpected while Yang Kai came to the front of the space array and carefully observed it. Being proficient in the space array did not mean one could arrange a space array. This required a huge amount of knowledge about spirit arrays. Yang Kai had never arranged a space array before, but he had seen Yang Yan arrange one before, so he had some confidence. After observing for 2 hours, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense to spy on the internal structure of the destroyed space array and deduce its complicated circuits. After 2 hours, Yang Kai looked slightly happy. Fortunately, although this space array was destroyed, the damage was not too serious. There were still traces of its various patterns and structure. If it was just a copy, Yang Kai was confident he could restore it. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai leapt onto the space array. Various rare ores were taken out of his space ring and smelted with his conflagrated knowledge, to repair the destroyed parts of the space array. This was his first time arranging a space array, so it was inevitable that he would be unfamiliar with it. Several times he fell short, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. However, as time passed, he became more and more familiar with the process. Moreover, arranging a space array seemed to be compatible with his mastery of the Tao of Space, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the Tao of Space. This inadvertent harvest made Yang Kai very happy. It seemed that there would be another way to cultivate the Tao of Space in the future. The Tao of Space had always been difficult to cultivate. In the beginning, Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing energy from space spirit crystals, but he had long since used them up. Now, Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space, mainly by opening up the sealed world bead. Arranging a space array was undoubtedly a completely new method. Chapter 1676. A day later, the space array was repaired. Yang Kai summoned Mou, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others before bidding farewell to Qian Tong. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the Shadow Moon Hall at all. Qian Tong was now an Origin King and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star in the past 10,000 years. If even he couldn't handle the crisis in Shadow Moon Hall, all of Shadowed Star would likely be finished. "Brother Yang, take care!" Wei Guchang cupped his fists and said goodbye. Yang Kai returned the gesture. "Yang Kai, where does this space array connect to?" Mou asked from the side. "And if I'm not mistaken, it should connect to Demon Blood City." "What do you mean you're not mistaken?" Mou was stunned. Demon Blood City was very close to the Luyan Desert and was not far from Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai had located the space array there. But what he said made Mou feel very strange. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "This is the first time I've arranged a space array, so I can't guarantee that it will teleport directly to Demon Blood City." Mou was dumbfounded while Yang Xiuzhu and the others also wore speechless expressions. But don't worry. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew what they were worried about. Even if it doesn't connect to Demon Blood City, there won't be any danger in the teleportation. I can guarantee that. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A space array's teleportation was a very strict process. If there was even the slightest mistake, one would be banished into the endless void, never to return. Many such incidents had occurred on Shadowed Star over the years. Usually, there was a problem with the space array, resulting in the person being teleported either disappearing or being directly cut into pieces by the chaotic space force field. So when everyone heard Yang Kai's words just now, they were a little nervous. However, Since Yang Kai could guarantee that there wouldn't be any danger in this teleportation, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the teleportation location was wrong, it didn't matter. At worst, they could just use their star shuttle to travel. It's getting late. Let's get going. Yang Xiaozhu also couldn't wait to return to High Heaven Sect to see how things were going. Everyone nodded and stood on the space array. Yang Kai stood at the center and pushed his Saint Chi, connecting it to the entire space array. In an instant, the Saint Crystal placed on the space array flashed with dazzling light, and a huge amount of energy was drawn out. The rich power of space fluctuated. The group of people disappeared. After Yang Kai and his group disappeared, Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "Destroy the formation first. Don't let anyone teleport in from the outside." Upon receiving the order, Wei Guchang threw a punch at the formation that Yang Kai had painstakingly rearranged. The formation was immediately split into two halves and could no longer be used. Qian Tong's eyes flickered. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a low voice, "It's time to return to Shadow Moon Hall." Fei Jitu, Wei Guchang, and the others all looked shocked as they looked in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Ah, the void. With a flash of light, Yang Kai and the others strangely appeared. Apart from Yang Kai, the group of people was a bit dizzy. The others were a little dizzy, and it took them a while to gradually get used to it. Most long-distance teleportations were accompanied by such side effects. Only Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could adjust his state in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there was no danger nearby. Otherwise, everyone would have been caught off guard. Looking around, Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. "This isn't Demon Blood City. Where is it?" The place where everyone appeared was clearly a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of a city. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the teleportation. Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this. Naturally, there was nothing to be embarrassed about, so he simply said, "We should be somewhere between Demon Blood City and Heavenly Fate City. Do you have any impression of this plane?" Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao slowly shook their heads, indicating that they did not recognize this place. Although they were cultivators born and raised on Shadowed Star, they had not cultivated for long periods of time. However, most of them had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. Even Yang Kai's knowledge of the outside world was inferior to theirs, so asking them to learn about the general situation at this moment was undoubtedly somewhat difficult for them. On the other hand, MOU's eyes lit up and he showed some joy on his face, constantly looking around before flying up into the sky to observe. A moment later, he returned with a look of excitement. "I know where we are. This is Whitebone Plain. There is a heaven-splitting gorge nearby that is only a day's journey from Black Sea City." "Oh, Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It seemed that the transmission error wasn't too outrageous, and for MOU this might be good news. Black Sea City was a city under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect, so it wasn't too far from Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, similar to the relationship between Heavenly Fate City and Shadow Moon Hall. Coming here by chance was a great opportunity for MOU. In that case, we might as well go to Black Sea City first. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He urgently needed to inquire about the situation outside High Heaven Sect, so going to Black Sea City was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, he did not know what the situation in Black Sea City was like, so he naturally wanted to go with MOU to investigate. Perhaps there was something he could help with. After all, it was on the way. "Many thanks." MOU quickly cupped his fists. This was the territory of Clear Sky Sect, so MOU was very familiar with it. Leading the group forward, it took only a day before they saw a majestic city standing on a plain in front of them. "That's Black Sea City." MOU pointed to the front and introduced. "There seems to be a battle going on." Yang Kai noticed the glow of many secret techniques and artifacts. It's my Clear Sky Sect's people. MOU's face sank as he sped up. A battle near Black Sea City was neither good nor bad news. At the very least, everyone knew that Black Sea City had not yet been occupied by corpse spirit religion and that there were still people resisting, but they did not know what the situation was over there. On the city wall of Black Sea City, a beautiful woman stood with a pale face. Around her were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters. But the situation of these Origin returning realm masters was not very optimistic. Almost all of them were injured, some light and some serious. The most serious of these Origin returning realm masters had even lost their right arm, and it seemed to have been cut off not long ago. Wrapped in white gauze, blood still seeped out and dyed the gauze red. This cultivator was quite stubborn. Even if the pain was unbearable, he grit his teeth and remained silent. Below the city wall, some corpse spirit race masters with white, green, or red hair were wantonly fighting some human cultivator. The situation was very chaotic. There were at least several thousand people involved in this battle, and the human cultivator was not standing on the same side. Many human cultivators were even assisting the corpse spirit race masters in killing their own kind. These people had obviously taken refuge with corpse spirit religion. City Lord, order them to return. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will all die. On the city wall, someone cupped his fists and said to the beautiful woman with a pained look on his face. This was a completely unfair battle. The enemy outnumbered them 10-1, and almost every cultivator on Black Sea City's side had to deal with multiple enemies. 600 people rushed out. In less than 15 minutes, there were only 200 people left who were bitterly holding on. These 200 people were also stretched to the limit and were surrounded by danger. That's right, City Lord. These are the last elites of my Clear Sky Sect. If we were to lose them here, it would be a huge loss. If they die here, how will we explain this to our ancestors in the future? We can't withdraw. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. Black Sea City's barrier and spirit array are currently being repaired. If we withdraw now, Black Sea City will not be able to resist at all. When Corpse Spirit Religion's army arrives, all of Black Sea City will be destroyed. How could we not know this? But the person who spoke before said with a sorrowful expression, 600 elites had rushed out just to buy time for the city's spirit array to be repaired. This was nothing more than paying with their lives. The fact that Black Sea City had been able to survive until now was largely due to the many barriers and spirit arrays in the city. Without them, Corpse Spirit Religion's army would have razed the city to the ground. However, they had already reached their limit. Corpse Spirit Religion only needed to organize one more powerful attack to break through the city. With Corpse Spirit Religion's history at that time, only a few of Black Sea City's million residents would survive. Hateful Fierce, Wind Pavilion, and 100 Transformation Sect. Traceless Sect, these despicable people, always tried to curry favor with my Clear Sky Sect. But now they are willing to follow Corpse Spirit Religion's orders and kill my sect's disciples. If this old master can survive, he will make them pay for this blood debt. Someone roared angrily. Everyone else's expressions were extremely ugly. Fierce Wind Pavilion, 100 Transformation Sect, Traceless Sect. Many small sects and families were originally affiliated with Clear Sky Sect. When Clear Sky Sect was strong, these small sects and families had tried to curry favor with it, even wishing they could become its slaves. Clear Sky Sect had never been stingy with these affiliated forces and had even opened up some of its sect's secret techniques to them. Every year, Clear Sky Sect would accept their elite disciples to cultivate in Clear Sky Sect so they could be personally taught by masters. However, after the great changes on Shadowed Star, these greedy wolves took the initiative to defect, not only betraying Clear Sky Sect, but also launching an unexpected sneak attack on Clear Sky Sect's headquarters. In that battle, Clear Sky Sect's headquarters was destroyed, and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky Sec's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman's city, Lord, did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. "Where is Chun Shir Tao?" The beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this, and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists, and said, "Elder Du, disciple is here!" Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men. But at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, "Chun Shir Tao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sec's younger generation and take them through the space array to leave Black Sea City quickly." Chun Shir Tao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, "Elder Du!" The beautiful woman smiled gently. "My Clear Sky Sec's headquarters has been destroyed, and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Sky Sec's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you, and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Sky Sect have a future and hope." Chapter 16, 77. Chun Shir Tao's eyes immediately became red. "But Elder Yu, rest assured we will buy you some time. Remember, you must go to High Heaven Sect. Only by going to High Heaven Sect can you survive. This task is very difficult, so you must find an opportunity to bring these disciples to High Heaven Sect." "Elder." Chun Shir Tao shook her head repeatedly. "Why haven't you left yet?" The beautiful woman glared at Chun Shir Tao fiercely. "Do you want my Clear Sky Sect to be erased from Shadowed Star? Do you want us to have no face to see Clear Sky Sec's ancestors?" Chun Shir Tao was stunned speechless. Another Clear Sky Sect elder looked at Chun Shir Tao softly and smiled. "Remember, you must survive and wait for Great Elder to return. As long as Great Elder returns, my Clear Sky Sect can be revitalized again. Let's go." The beautiful woman shouted. Chun Shir Tao shed tears as her tender body trembled, and she knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to the elders before getting up and preparing to leave. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing on the city wall and the few remaining masters of Clear Sky Sect seemed to have discovered something incredible and turned their eyes towards a distant place. As far as their eyes could see, the rear of Corpse Spirit Religion's camp was in chaos. Chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the heavens and earth as dazzling brilliance bloomed. Every breath, hundreds of Corpse Spirit Religion's enemies were killed. "Elder Du, someone seems to be attacking from that side." "I see them. Who could it be?" The beautiful woman gently nodded. "Not many. It seems there are only 7 or 8 of them, but they're strong." The Origin returning realm master, who spoke, sucked in a breath of cold air. He only saw flashes of light as Corpse Spirit Religion's cultivator was cut down like grass. He could not help feeling shocked. "Oh, that's the Azure Sun Chaos Tower. It's Great Elder. The Great Elder is back." Someone exclaimed excitedly. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on a pagoda-shaped artifact in the sky that was more than 100 meters tall and exuding a mysterious blue light. The pagoda-shaped artifact continued to spin as it smashed down from the sky. Countless Corpse Spirit cult disciples would be smashed into meat patties, and countless cyan mystic rays would be shot out from the tower. These mystic rays looked very sharp, and once struck by them, the disciples and lackeys of Corpse Spirit cult would be turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. In a short while, more than 200 Corpse Spirit Religion disciples had died to this secret treasure. It really is the Azure Sun Chaotic Pagoda. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. It was as if she had seen hope again, and her expression was excited. The Azure Sun Chaos Tower was Clear Sky Sect's sect-hallowed treasure, an existence between Origin Grade and Origin King Grade artifacts. It could be said that it was already a quasi-Origin King Grade artifact, and this was a powerful artifact. The Great Elder, MOU, had always been in charge of it. At this moment, the appearance of the Azure Sun Chaos Pagoda was clearly because of MOU. Even though they couldn't see MOU's figure, they could feel the familiar energy, fluctuations coming from MOU from afar. We're saved now. The Great Elder has returned. Haha! Kill those corpse spirit religion bastards. Make sure they don't return. Avenge Sect Master and our dead brothers and sisters. In an instant, frenzied shouts rang out from the city wall as everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the beautiful woman's order, they would likely have rushed down to support the Great Elder already. Among the crowd, the beautiful woman frowned as a look of uneasiness flashed across her face. Great Elder's sudden appearance at this time, she didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although the Great Elder's strength was unfathomable and he had the help of an artifact like the Azure Sun Chaos Tower, there were simply too many enemies. If the Great Elder was surrounded and couldn't escape, Clear Sky Sect's last hope would be annihilated. Pass down my order. Those from Clear Sky Sect, who still have the ability to fight, follow this city lord down to support the Great Elder. The beautiful woman's thoughts turned sharply, and she quickly made a decision. Yes. Immediately, someone replied and passed down the order. Not long after, the remaining forces of Clear Sky Sect were integrated. The beautiful woman looked at the less than 1,000 people remaining, and a deep sadness appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. In the entire Clear Sky Sect, there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured and their strength was mixed. Although there were 1 million residents in Black Sea City, only this number belonged to Clear Sky Sect. Most of the rest were ordinary people who had never cultivated before or were cultivators whose strength was so low that they simply couldn't play a role. This time only death awaits us. Are you all ready to support the Great Elder? The beautiful woman looked around and asked sternly. The 1,000 people all wore solemn expressions and shouted in unison, "We're ready!" In the future, my Clear Sky Sect's sole consolation monument will definitely have your names on it. Let's go. The beautiful woman didn't waste any time and was the first to rush out of Black Sea City with a wave of her hand. The others followed closely behind. Everyone's faces were filled with an unforgettable hatred. Everyone's eyes were filled with the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. The 1,000 people rushed out of the city, followed by countless others. These were the residents of Black Sea City and the cultivators who had fled here. How could they not understand the principle that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned? Seeing Clear Sky Sect integrate all their remaining forces to launch an attack, they immediately followed and contributed their own strength. Below Black Sea City, there seemed to be a mighty army moving out. That woman Du Yenling is crazy. Ha ha ha. She wants to bring a bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Saint Realm to break through my corpse spirit religion's blockade. Kill them all and bring Du Yenling to me. At the center of corpse spirit religion's army, a burly man stood on top of an 8-horse carriage and shouted. Like Fang Fingqi, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but his aura gave off a cold and gloomy feeling as well as a faint rotting smell. Corpse spirit race, and a top-level corpse general at that. As soon as these words fell, a blue tower suddenly descended from the sky. The burly man coldly snorted and leapt up, avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk as the blue tower fell. The 8 horses pulling the carriage were instantly smashed into meat patties, red and white blood splattering all over the ground. Who goes there? Red, needle-like bristles protruded from his body, and two terrifying fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. At the same time, he shouted. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. This beautiful figure was like a celestial maiden descending to the world. Behind her was a pair of crystal white wings that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. A bone-chilling aura exuded from her body, one that seemed capable of freezing one's soul. In her hand was a long sword that exuded a cold light. The long sword was swung, like mercury falling to the ground. The burly corpse general struggled to resist, but the pervasive cold aura froze the strength in his body. After only 3 moves, his head was cut off by the woman's sword. Kacha. Ice filled the air, and even though the burly man was a member of the corpse spirit race and possessed an extremely powerful vitality, his body was instantly frozen solid. His vitality was completely annihilated. Su Yan. This was the first time she had fought since leaving Scarlet Wave Star, and as soon as she attacked, she displayed an astonishing combat strength. At least, Mou's eyelids twitched as he watched. He could clearly feel the strength of the corpse general. Even if he were to fight it alone, it would take him at least 2 to 3 hours to determine the victor, and even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. But this woman of Yang Kai's had actually dealt with the corpse general in just 2 to 3 hours. Yang Kai was already a monstrous genius. But why was the woman following him also so monstrous? Mou was shocked. After killing the corpse general, Su Yan did not stop, grasping the profound Frost Divine sword and using her monster transformation secret technique. Borrowing the power of the Ice Phoenix source, she rushed into the corpse spirit race army on her own. Wherever she passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet, no one able to withstand a single blow. As for the enemies that were killed, they were all turned into ice sculptures. At the forefront of the battlefield was a small group of Clear Sky sect disciples. They had already rushed out before Yang Kai and the others arrived in order to buy time to repair Black Sea City's barriers and spirit arrays. Of the original 600, there were now less than 100 people left. At this moment, they were surrounded on all sides. Surrounded by countless enemies, people fell every breath, dyeing the earth red with blood. In the middle of the crowd, there was a young girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Her figure was as agile as a rabbit as she dashed left and right in the enemy's formation. Her body flashed with multicolored light, and her seemingly weak body contained a terrifying power. When she punched out with her small fist, even the air was blasted out with a buzzing sound. Any enemy hit by her fist, as long as they were not origin-returning realm masters, would immediately explode and die. Even if it was a cultivator of the First Order origin-returning realm, if they were hit by her fist, they would suffer severe injuries and howl miserably. Countless attacks flew towards her, but she dodged them with ease. Occasionally, some attacks that she could not avoid hit her body, but she did not suffer much damage and instead stimulated the fierceness in her clear eyes. This young girl's body seemed to be incredibly strong. If it were not for her protection, the remaining 100 people from Clear Sky Sect would have been wiped out long ago. Each of her companions who were still alive gave grateful looks to this young girl. Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The 5-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements, indestructible, sword-tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xia Ningchang and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, an unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1678. Unable to defeat her opponent with a single blow, the girl's reaction was extremely quick. Lowering her body, she sent out a flying kick as a golden light flashed from the tip of her foot like a sword. 5 elements, indestructible, sword-tempering art, golden sword. Invincible. Her little foot seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the girl's ankle. At the same time, he pushed his Saint Chi to resolve her attack, holding her in his hand like a toy. The girl's skirt fluttered in the wind, almost exposing her naked body, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and managed to grab hold of her skirt. Just as her face was filled with annoyance, though, she suddenly saw Yang Kai's smiling face. "Oh, Uncle Sect Master." The girl recognized Yang Kai at a glance, and a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face as she called out, "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai gently nodded before putting the girl down with a slight tug on his wrist. Staring at her young face, he frowned and asked, "Yun-er, why are you here?" This young girl was the little girl Huang one had adopted, Lin Yin-er. When Yang Kai returned from the Emperor Garden and passed through a city beside the limitless ocean, he met Huang Wan by chance and brought her back to High Heaven Sect. At the same time, he brought back a little girl. Lin Yin-er was only 5 or 6 years old at that time, but she had already displayed amazing physical strength. Yang Kai noticed the abnormalities in her body and had Yi Xian carefully investigate her. Later, Yi Xian told Yang Kai that Lin Yin-er was incredibly talented and possessed a special physique, the tyrant body of strength. This was a very rare physique that may be related to some kind of sea beast. After all, according to Huang Wan, Lin Yin-er's mother had the bloodline of a sea beast. She was a cultivator with this special physique. She was born with divine strength, and as one's cultivation increased, so would their strength. Before leaving Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had passed down the 5 elements, indestructible, sword-tempering art. 7 or 8 years had passed since then. The little girl, who was 5 or 6 years old back then, had now become a budding flower. Judging from the 5-colored light on her body, she had already reached the minor accomplishment level in the 5 elements, indestructible, sword-tempering art. Coupled with her tyrant strength physique, the strength she could display could only be described as terrifying. Her cultivation wasn't high. Under Yang Kai's investigation, she was only a 3rd-order saint. Even if High Heaven Sect did not lack financial and material resources today, Lin Yin-er also had the personal guidance of a master like Yi Xian. So being able to cultivate to the 3rd-order saint realm in just 7 or 8 years was a testament to her talent. This little girl is definitely a dazzling star in the future territory. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a future supreme master. Furthermore, the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art that he had passed down seemed to be tailor-made for her, matching it with the tyrant's strength physique. She was actually able to fight against the cultivator of the 1st-order origin returning realm when she was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the saint realm. This level of leapfrogging far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. Even he himself was unable to resist the attacks of an origin returning realm master when he was just a 3rd-order saint. However, it was obvious that although Lin Yin-er was extremely strong, she had almost no strength left in her body. Moreover, there were more or less injuries on her body, so she was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. However, her spirit was still quite good. When Shadowed Star was in chaos, Yin-er happened to follow Great Elder's orders to come to Clear Sky Sect, but in the end, she couldn't go back, so she stayed here, Lin Yin-er said with some grievance. 2 years ago, she was only 11 or 12 years old. She had been drifting for 2 years, so she missed High Heaven sect very much. She missed Yi Shiyin, who taught her carefully, and Huangwan, who had always taken care of her like a mother. She missed her brother's senior sister, and every blade of grass in High Heaven sect. She had always been very strong, perhaps because of the loss of her parents when she was a child, but after seeing Yang Kai at this moment, a layer of mist filled her big eyes and her small mouth pouted. So that's how it is. Then why did you appear on this battlefield? Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know who the city lord of Black Sea City was. But why did he arrange for Lin Yin to come out and fight? Yang Kai could also see that almost all of these people who had come out to fight were stalling for time with the determination to die. Lin Yin was still a disciple of High Heaven sect, and at such a young age, it was not her place to do such a thing. I came out on my own. I just wanted to do what I could. Lin Yin sniffed. Good. Yang Kai nodded heavily, stroking Lin Yin's head, thinking for a moment before taking out a restorative spirit pill from his space ring and handing it to Lin Yin. Take this. Lin Yin was not wary of Yang Kai at all, so even if they had not seen each other for 7 or 8 years, she still swallowed this spirit pill without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his head, looked at Xia Ningchang, and said, "Little senior sister, escort them back to the city." "Yes," Xia Ningchang responded, waving her hand as she formed a series of complicated hand seals. The world energy was mobilized, and under the guidance of Xia Ningchang, this world energy seemed to undergo a strange transformation, transforming into streams of light that drilled into the exhausted cultivators' bodies. In the next moment, each of the Clear Sky sect cultivators' bodies shook, and they became full of energy. Staring at Xia Ningchang, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't know how Xia Ningchang had done it, but she had actually refined the world energy into their bodies, nourishing their almost dried-up meridians and dantian. "Come with me," Xia Ningchang called out, the light sapphire on her forehead exuding a dazzling brilliance, making her look like a goddess. Wherever this brilliance passed, all the enemies felt an inexplicable power surge into their hearts, causing them to lose some of their fighting spirit. Xia Ningchang led the team of less than 100 people, cutting a bloody path through the enemy and converging with Du Yanling and the others. Yang Kai flew high into the sky and released his divine sense, searching for stronger enemies on the battlefield, his golden blood threads transforming into streaks of golden light that wildly reaped the lives of corpse spirit religion's disciples. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao formed a triangular formation and had already set off a storm in the enemy's direction, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Under MOU's control, the Azure Sun Chaos Tower fluctuated in size, emitting a mysterious blue light that prevented the enemy from approaching. A group of 7 or 8 people had completely disrupted Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Soon, some people realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Corpse Spirit Religion's masters were being killed one by one, and with no one to command them, the rest were scattered like scattered sand, unable to put up any effective resistance. This situation became even more serious after Du Yanling led her forces out. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was routed like a landslide. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen screamed and fled, and the sects and families that had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion also fled. Du Yanling and the others' eyes turned crimson red as they chased after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples for several tens of thousands of miles. Only after the Corpse Spirit Religion disciples suffered a crushing defeat did they finally return victorious. At this moment, Black Sea City was filled with people. The entire city seemed to be boiling with excitement. Corpse Spirit Religion's army had been besieging Black Sea City for a full year now, and Clear Sky Sect's forces had been damaged time and time again. Seeing that the city was on the verge of being completely destroyed, however, at this critical juncture, someone had suddenly appeared and turned the tide, saving Black Sea City from its current predicament. Not only did they save Black Sea City, but they also ruthlessly crushed corpse spirit religion's morale. Everyone was inquiring about the origins of these reinforcements. In the end, after they learned that the ones who had come were Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder MOU and High Heaven Sect's Sect Master and Elders, they suddenly understood. No wonder these people had such powerful combat power. No wonder they could slaughter corpse spirit religion's army until they cried for their parents. It turned out that it was these people. For a time, in Black Sea City, the reputations of Clear Sky Sect and High Heaven Sect rose like the sun. Inside the city, Lord's Mansion, the remaining high-level members of Clear Sky Sect sat with Yang Kai and the others. Black Sea City's City Lord, Du Yenling, who was also an elder of Clear Sky Sect, bowed deeply to Yang Kai and the others and quickly said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Yang and all of you for your assistance this time. If it weren't for you, Black Sea City would likely be in a state of misery and suffering. On behalf of Black Sea City's millions of inhabitants, this mistress thanks Sect Master Yang and all of you for your life-saving grace. City Lord Du is too polite. This Yang and Senior MO are not outsiders. Naturally, we would help." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. His modesty gave Du Yenling a good impression of him, and she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai carefully. Speaking of which, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai was almost a legend. He had only been famous for a short time. However, the things he had done were earth-shattering. The Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain made him shine brilliantly, and then he occupied the forbidden zone of Shadowed Star, the Luyen Sandfield, established his own sect, and then used its full strength, destroying Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Conquering Star Emperor Mountain. Yang Kai and High Heaven Sect had almost become the most famous existences on Shadowed Star. During the 2 years of Shadowed Star's chaos, High Heaven Sect had done many things. The sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and cities in order to express its gratefulness to the entire human race. Yang Kai, as the sect master of High Heaven Sect, could almost be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Every time he stamped his feet, Shadowed Star would tremble. This was the first time Dian Ling had met Yang Kai, so she was naturally a little curious about him. However, even with her third order origin returning realm cultivation, she still couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths. This seemingly young man seemed to be even stronger than Great Elder and the sect master who had died in battle. Du Yenling was shocked. "Junior sister Du, the situation in Black Sea City is so bad. What about Clear Sky Sect's headquarters?" MOU asked nervously. Du Yenling and some of the elders who knew about the situation wore gloomy expressions. MOU observed the situation carefully and couldn't help having a bad feeling, asking anxiously, "Could it be that headquarters?" Du Yenling nodded sadly. "Headquarters has been breached, and Sect Master also died in battle." "What?" MOU got up abruptly and staggered slightly, seemingly unable to accept such an outcome. Yang Kai also sighed slightly. Yang Kai had met Clear Sky Sect's sect master Gu Zhan a few times. He was a good man with a peak third order origin returning realm cultivation, but now he had passed away. "Great Elder, my condolences." Dian Ling didn't know what to say. How could headquarters have been breached? Why was Black Sea City able to hold on until now? MOU's face was gloomy and frightening. Du Yenling said bitterly, "Some people colluded with corpse spirit religion from the inside, so headquarters was not able to be saved." "Who?" MOU shouted. "They're all dead. Sect Master took them down with him," Dian Ling said sadly. MOU was stunned for a long time before he seemed to lose all his strength and fell into his chair, unable to say a word for a long time. Chapter 16, 79. After letting MOU rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven Sect. However, Dian Ling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year, and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven Sect seemed to be surrounded by Corpse Spirit Religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven Sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven Sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged Saxon forces. But with the loss of High Heaven Sect's masters, High Heaven Sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven Sect's masters from leaving, Corpse Spirit Religion had placed a large number of its members outside Lu Yen Sand Field to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector stationed here. It could be said that although High Heaven Sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of Corpse Spirit Religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that Corpse Spirit Religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Xian, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven Sect to bid farewell to MOU. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky Sect's people to High Heaven Sect. As long as they entered Lu Yen Sandfield, they could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. However, after some consideration, MOU declined Yang Kai's proposal. Clear Sky Sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky Sect followed Yang Kai, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by Corpse Spirit Religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky Sect's reputation, so MOU could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky Sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with MO High and continue protecting Clear Sky Sect's foundation. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't need to worry, although my Clear Sky Sect doesn't have many people left. Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city, Mo Hai said to Yang Kai with a smile before leaving. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, take care of yourself, Senior Mo. Cupping his fists deeply, Yang Kai bid farewell to Du Yenling and the others before leading Su Yen, Xianing Chang, and the others out of Mo Hai City. They headed straight for Lu Yen Sandyland. Watching the figures of Yang Kai and the others disappear, MOU's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, "Inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky Sect and protect this city with me." Yes. Du Yenling and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing, and at that time, Corpse Spirit Religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength. But now, the situation was different. Corpse Spirit Religion's army that had besieged Black Sea City for a year had been repelled, resulting in countless casualties. Black Sea City's morale was high, so it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to strengthen itself and absorb new strength. Black Sea City was a long way from Lu Yen Sandyland to Black Sea City. It would take at least 7 or 8 days. Yang Kai was eager to return to the sect, so he directly used the Origin King grade starship. Although this starship was extremely large, its speed was much faster than a star shuttle, and the starship was sturdy, so it was quite safe to stay inside. Along the way, they encountered a number of scattered Corpse Spirit Religion troops, some numbering in the thousands, some in the dozens, all of them under the leadership of a single corpse spirit, wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star. The starship's crystal cannons fired a volley, and without exception, these enemies were blasted off their feet, suffering heavy casualties. Yang Kai didn't give any orders to stop and immediately fled after this attack. After just 3 days of travel, the number of enemies killed by the starship's crystal cannons had reached tens of thousands. Only a small number of these enemies were from the corpse spirit race, while most of them were human cultivators who had pledged allegiance to the corpse spirit religion. These cultivators followed corpse spirit religion's lead, so naturally there was no need to be polite to them. The masters from the 3 clans who had been staying in the sealed world bead were also released by Yang Kai and placed on the starship's deck, allowing them to watch the slaughter along the way. Since they wanted to establish a foothold on Shadowed Star, they naturally needed to integrate with this world. Yang Kai wanted them to integrate into this star as soon as possible and let them see the level of this place's cultivator. Sure enough, after perceiving the strength of these enemies, Ling Tai-su, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others all fell silent, but everyone's eyes flashed with a desire to become stronger. Lin Yin, on the other hand, showed a liveliness consistent with her age. When she thought about returning to High Heaven Sect and seeing the people she missed so much, she was very happy. Along the way, she flew around Yang Kai like a lark, chattering nonstop. Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang both liked this little girl very much, and after learning about her tragic childhood fate, the 2 women's motherly love burst into tears, leaving Yang Kai speechless. 3 days later, the Origin King grade starship arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. Standing inside the starship, through the polished crystal glass, Yang Kai saw a dense crowd of people gathered around the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. At a glance, there was no end to this crowd, and it was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of people had gathered here. So many. Yang Xiaozhu was also taken aback. They really think highly of our High Heaven Sect. Chu Han Yi said coldly, "According to City Lord Du, our High Heaven Sect has now become the last paradise on Shadowed Star. This is no longer just a matter of having a bone in one's throat, but also a symbol, an unshakable spiritual pillar. As long as High Heaven Sect still exists, Shadowed Star will not give up resistance. If I were Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, I would also do my best to attack," Lin Yu Rao said faintly. Everyone else nodded in agreement. "Sect master, should we pass through?" The High Heaven Sect disciple in charge of controlling the starship turned his head and asked, "Kill them all?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Yes." The High Heaven Sect disciple accepted the order and began directing the starship's crystal cannons excitedly. Being surrounded by so many enemies at his doorstep made him quite angry, so Yang Kai's order had undoubtedly given him an outlet to vent his anger. Hong long white beams of light shot out from the starship's crystal cannons, and wherever they passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. This Origin King grade starship was personally built by Yang Yen, so its ability to attack and destroy cities was outstanding. On top of that, the energy source for the crystal cannons was the Saint crystal sources condensed by the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, which further increased the power of the crystal cannons. Under the barrage of crystal cannons, the momentum was terrifying, as if the end of the world was approaching. Each crystal cannons swept through a large area, and all the corpse spirit race and the human cultivator who had surrendered to them were unable to resist, turning to ash upon contact. Chaos reigned below. The appearance of the several dozen-meter-long pitch-black starship brought an extremely oppressive atmosphere to the corpse spirit race, and now that it had revealed its ferocious face, they were naturally terrified. A human cultivator recognized the origin of the starship and began to flee while shouting. The starship ignored him and rushed into the sky above where countless enemies were gathered, firing crystal cannons one after another. The earth trembled as huge craters appeared in the ground one after another, with white smoke rising from them. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction, sneering, "There's a big fish over there. I'll go meet him." "Junior brother, be careful." Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had just finished exhorting when Yang Kai disappeared. On the periphery of the flowing flame sand field, there was a palace that seemed to be newly built. This palace wasn't very big, only occupying a few dozen meters in radius, but it was built magnificently, a stark contrast to the barren and hot flowing flame sand field. Inside the palace, a white-clothed man was currently reclining on an armchair. His posture was languid, and his hand was supporting his chin. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he looked down at the dozen or so beautiful women who were singing and dancing. These women were all tributes from the major forces that had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit religion. Each of them was an outstanding beauty, a rising star of their respective forces. But now they seemed to have become playthings that could only serve as entertainment for this white-robed man. They seemed to be very afraid of this white-robed man, occasionally meeting his eyes but hurriedly looking away, each of them moving cautiously, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. The earth shook, the palace trembled, and an astonishing energy fluctuation and buzzing sound came from not far away. The white-robed man's face sank as he sat up straight and asked sternly, "What's going on?" The dozen or so young women singing and dancing below also stopped and looked around blankly. Immediately, someone rushed in from the outside and said in a panic, reporting to Protector Kong, "A black starship has sailed in from the outside and is wantonly slaughtering our Corpse Spirit religion's disciples." Presumptuous! Who dares to do this? The white-robed man suddenly stood up and an astonishing momentum spread out, scaring the dozen or so young women pale and hugging each other. Subordinate doesn't know. The cultivator who came in to report replied, helplessly, "What do I need you for?" The white-robed man coldly snorted and stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator. His hand seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and directly grabbed the other party. With just a gentle twist, the cultivator's neck was broken. The dozen or so young women exclaimed in unison, the panic in their eyes growing stronger. "HM, you dare take the initiative to come here? Interesting." The white-robed man suddenly looked up at the void and released his divine sense from several dozen kilometers away, fiercely clashing with Yang Kai. Kong, where the divine sense clashed, the void collapsed. Inside the palace, the white-robed man was forced to retreat a few steps, as if he was not a match for Yang Kai. Chapter 1680. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger, he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Fang Fingqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size, and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his 2 claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed, and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. Pouring his saint chi into it, The verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed, and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kaises of Yang before, Yangs before him. But of Yang Kai of this, of ups of this opponent, of his, of his of course, of this his, of a minds, of him, he and Yang be S's. SSS Yangs. His himps, he's he S's. Yang of with death's Yang's man's, spirit Yang of. Hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched, not stopping him. Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you! It's actually you! We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time, he and Yang Yan had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time, this white-robed man was a corpse general level master and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you." The white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things. But this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Kai frowned. "Thank you for taking away that mass of Sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. "What does that have to do with Sun's true essence?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." The white-robed man sneered. "This protector is Corpse Spirit Religion's white-robed corpse general, Kong Fei Rao. Boy, report your name." "White-robed corpse general." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals, and so on?" He remembered that in the corpse cave he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed, Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. "Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation. Why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon." "Not interested." Yang Kai curled his lips. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now, seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of Space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Yang Kai's face, but soon a sly smile appeared on his face. Kong Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kong Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Yang Kai under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kong Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kong Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life. No wonder he couldn't sense it. Let's see how you dodge now. Yang Kai grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kong Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath, and suddenly stopped. The next moment, his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. Stop him! Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kong Fei Rao to escape underground. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kong Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kong Fei Rao to not dare to stop, trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose. Kong Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kong Fei Rao's head, and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kong Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant, Kong Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kong Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kong Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning mid-air. His misfortune didn't end there, though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kong Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead and their vitality was extremely tenacious, so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and inserted his hand into Kong Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kong Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end he compromised and sighed. "Speak! What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications?" Yang Kai continued to sneer. "You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me. Otherwise, why would you let me live?" Kong Fei Rao coldly snorted. "You're quite smart." Yang Kai nodded. "But you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand." Kong Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end he couldn't refute. Chapter 1681. Kong Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Kong Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin returning realm, but today he discovered that he was wrong. "Tell me, what is this sun's true essence all about?" Yang Kai's voice came. "Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you." Kong Fei Rao glanced at him, but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed, and he quickly said, "You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually? You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld spring well." Underworld spring well. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned, and it is a passage that connects to the underworld, where a rich Een corpse death chi gushes out. This Een corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful. But to our corpse spirit clan, it is a great supplement. With this Een corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin returning realm, and perhaps not the limit. Kong Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm. But after fighting with Yang Kai, he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. "There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao laughed. "How do you think the corpse cave was formed?" "My ancient Yang sex ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before, we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence, things were different. So, shouldn't this protector thank you?" Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, "Shadowed star becoming like this because of me? Ha ha ha." Kong Fei Rao laughed to the sky. "And naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision." Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. "Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao shook his head. "No." "Who is that?" "I don't know." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kong Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kong Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth, he roared, "I really don't know. Cult Master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day and taught us some corpse cultivation methods and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave. After all, no one has ever walked this path before. While Kong Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. Then what is his strength? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed, "But I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before." Then, how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible? Kong Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. The reason why us brothers submitted to him is because he has... Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words, though, his expression suddenly changed, as if something terrible had just happened to him. His eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment, Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyin was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body, so once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Yang Kai felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method! What a vicious scheme! However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Yang Kai recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Yang Kai could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Yang Kai did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar. But the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art and a method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King Grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Yang Kai was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Luyan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. Return to the sect! Yang Kai shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, Corpse Spirit Religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven Sect. Even white-robed Corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Yang Kai. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven Sect. It was rumored that High Heaven Sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yishiyin had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Lu Yan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King-grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven Sect starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing Corpse Spirit Religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission. So after a short while, the Corpse Spirit Religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed Corpse General had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of Corpse Spirit Religion's 4 protectors had died, and High Heaven Sect's Origin King-grade starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer territory of Lu Yen Sandfield. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Lu Yen Sandfield no longer had a 6th layer territory. Only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings. The inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongxian Realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven Sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect, High Heaven Pavilion, flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. Chapter 1682. In less than an hour, High Heaven Sect, located among the mountains, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mountain road, paved with white jade, was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque with the words High Heaven Sect written on it. Sure enough, this is a beautiful place. Ling Tai Su stood inside the starship and looked down through the crystal glass, very satisfied with the current environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his grandmaster, "What we see now can only be regarded as a part of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect is composed of 81 peaks, 1 main peak, and 72 auxiliary peaks, each of which has a different scenery. But because there were too few people before, we chose to settle down here. Even I haven't fully explored those peaks, but once everyone settles down here in the future, You can find a peak you like to live on." "Good, good." Chu Ling Xiao also felt relieved. Before, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would not have a place to settle the nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans. After all, the 3 clans had quite a large number of people, so if they wanted to completely settle down, they would need a large place. But now, looking around, there was lush greenery everywhere, with towering peaks rising and falling from the clouds and looming pavilions. Of the 81 peaks, there was enough space for all the masters from the 3 clans to settle down, and there was even a large part of it left empty. "Will we live here in the future?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked down with a flushed face. This place was hundreds of times better than the Beast Sea jungle on Tongxian Realm. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also superb. If the monster race could cultivate and live here, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. A headquarter was a foundation. Thunder Dragon, as a monster race great senior, was well aware of the importance of a foundation to a race. "Yang Kai, my demon race owes you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and my demon race will not hesitate," Zhang Yuan said proudly. Zhang Yuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, implying that he wanted to join High Heaven sect. Yang Kai nodded. The monster race demon race was something Yang Kai had taken the initiative to bring out when he left Tongxian Realm. Strictly speaking, Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan did owe Yang Kai a favor, but Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan didn't think so. Yang Kai was their master. They had vowed to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they would only feel proud of it, leaving the masters from the 3 clans to immerse themselves in shock and joy. Yang Kai commanded the starship to descend towards the huge square below, while simultaneously sweeping it with his divine sense to see how High Heaven sect was faring. But a moment later, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven sect at this moment. However, none of these people had an aura that he was familiar with. Yi Shiyin, Wu Yi, Chang Qi, Haoen, Huangwan, and all the others seemed to have disappeared. Even the auras of the masters who had submitted to Star Emperor Mountain seemed to have disappeared. The starship was such an obvious target, but no one from High Heaven sect came out to greet it. Instead, from the lofts near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses stretched out and constantly scanned the area. This discovery caused Yang Kai's face to sink and his expression to become ugly. Seemingly noticing something, Ling Tai Su leaned over and whispered, "Yang Kai, is something wrong?" Yang Kai sneered softly, "Something is indeed wrong. Grandmaster, you wait inside the starship for a while. I'll go take a look." "Good." Ling Tai Su responded. Yang Kai waved his hand, opened the starship's hatch, and led Yang Xiu Zhu out. Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and Yang Xiu Zhu stepped out of the starship. Yang Xiu Zhu and the others obviously also noticed the problem, and after exchanging a glance with each other, none of them understood what was going on. But soon, Yang Xiu Zhu circulated his Saint Qi and shouted, "Sect Master has returned to the sect!" A long howl rang out. This howl spread throughout all 81 peaks of High Heaven sect. Still, no one came to greet them. On the other hand, the divine senses that had been investigating the starship seemed to have become entangled and were silently communicating. The atmosphere in the entire High Heaven sect suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine wills dispersed. They seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. At this time, some figures flew out from the pavilions in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square, like a towering mountain, exuding a cold aura as he waited quietly. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk silhouettes landed nearby one after another, gradually forming an extremely terrifying force. All of these people were masters above the origin returning realm, and there were even a few third-order origin returning realm masters. However, when these people looked at Yang Kai, their gazes were all evasive, as if they had a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes at all. Occasionally, A few of them would glare towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around and fixed his eyes on an old woman with white hair who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. Standing next to this old woman was a beautiful young girl who had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation and was a rising star of Shadowed Star. The reason why Yang Kai was paying attention to this old woman was because he recognized her. This old woman was clearly Old Woman Fong of Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had intervened at the last moment in an attempt to snatch the Emperor Jade that had fallen to Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this old woman. Although she had not been defeated by Great Elder Jean Shur of Demon Blood Temple at that time, she had not had any good intentions. As for the beautiful young girl next to her with a shrewd light in her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai remembered her name was Fong Yen. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Fong. At this moment, Fong Yen was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, an eager look flashing across her beautiful face, as if she wanted to fight with Yang Kai to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. He could crush her with a single finger. Looking around, Yang Kai saw some familiar and unfamiliar faces, most of which he could not name. But judging from their robes, all of them were from first-class sects or great forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also saw the current sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Ao Fu, and the younger generation's disciple, In Su Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass Sect, Gong Xing He, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden and was replaced by his daughter, Gong Ao Fu. Over the years, Gong Ao Fu had also become a third-order origin, returning realm master. Dai Yuan was not here. Yang Kai frowned, wondering where this beautiful yet ugly girl had gone. Logically speaking, she was a disciple of Colored Glass Sect and should be with Gong Ao Fu. In all of Colored Glass Sect, Yang Kai only had a good impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had cooperated with this little girl several times. In the square, there was silence as Yang Kai just looked around coldly. The origin returning realm cultivator across from him also showed no intention of speaking. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this sect master has returned to the sect, but none of the elders have come out to greet him. Sorry for the inconvenience. As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. When he was in Black Sea City, Yang Kai learned from Du Yanling that High Heaven Sect had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. Not only had they frequently sent masters to rescue the human race elites, but under the orders of Great Elder Yishiyin, they had also opened High Heaven Sect to accept the fleeing cultivator. These people should have come to High Heaven Sect to seek refuge. After all, this was the last pure land on Shadowed Star, and with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful Corpse spirit religion was, they could not invade. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he had been in High Heaven Sect at that time, he would have done the same. Towards the fleeing cultivator, Yang Kai was not so cold-hearted as to leave them in the lurch. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in High Heaven Sect, or why Yi Shiyin and the others had not shown up yet, he knew that there must be some kind of filthy plot going on. The origin returning realm masters on the opposite side glanced at each other before finally focusing their eyes on Old Woman Fong of Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Fong did not decline and stepped forward with a kind smile on her old face. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that the world is in chaos, High Heaven Sect has become the most indestructible haven for our human race. It is the last hope of our race, so it is understandable that we have come to greet you. Our human race? Yang Kai looked at Old Woman Fong with a smile, keenly grasping the key point of Old Woman Feng's words. Senior Fong seems to mean that my High Heaven Sect has now become a shared territory of the human race? How come I, the sect master, didn't know anything about this. Old woman Feng's face stiffened, not knowing how to answer for a while. She had not expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Sect Master Yang, is it? High Heaven Sect relies on its natural stronghold to prevent corpse spirit religion's army from attacking. So this treasured land has naturally become the last barrier for our human race. Now that the corpse spirit race is wreaking havoc in the outside world, no place is safe. High Heaven Sect should serve the human race and share this treasured land. Does Sect Master Yang feel there is something wrong with this?" "You are." Yang Kai squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted. "Floating Mist Palace's palace master, Tang Fu Shui." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard of Tang Fu Shui before, the strongest master of Floating Mist Palace, a third-order origin returning realm master who was on par with Fei Ji Tu, Qian Tong, and the others. After all, Floating Mist Palace's strength on Shadowed Star was not bad. Tang Fu Shui continued, "If my Floating Mist Palace could obtain such a treasured land, we would naturally open our doors to accept the elites of our human race and contribute to the continuation of our human race's strength. Sect Master Yang, upon returning to the sect today, you immediately put on an air of condemnation. Could it be you want to drive us all away?" As soon as the statement came out, many people's expressions changed drastically as anxious looks appeared on their faces. They had managed to escape to High Heaven Sect with great difficulty. So if Yang Kai really drove them out, their good days would come to an end. In the future, they would likely have to face the encirclement of corpse spirit religion's army at all times. In that kind of environment, no one could guarantee their own safety. When did I say that? Yang Kai sneered softly as he swept his eyes around. "What are you afraid of?" Everyone who was caught in his gaze quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 1683. When did this king feel guilty? Tang Fu Shui's face turned ugly as he retorted with a tough attitude. A chuckle suddenly rang out as Feng Yan, who was standing next to old woman Feng, gracefully bowed to Yang Kai before opening her beautiful eyes and saying, "Junior sister greets Brother Yang. Brother Yang, please don't be impatient. You haven't returned to High Heaven Sect for a long time and don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that corpse spirit religion is wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, all of us have fled to High Heaven Sect. Brother Yang, as High Heaven Sect's sect master, is the master of this place. Please consider the overall situation first. If possible, why don't we sit down and talk?" Old woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that her granddaughter's words were very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had momentarily lost his composure, calmed down slightly. "Who do you think you are? Whose junior sister are you? Don't try to curry favor with this sect master." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, not putting her in his eyes at all. Old woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Myriad Beast Mountain, where she came from, was not weak, and she was the granddaughter of old woman Feng, so her aptitude was quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchang and the others, she was still one of the best rising stars on Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she had always been a target of pursuit for the young men of Myriad Beast Mountain and was regarded as a goddess. Even if the young men of other great forces saw her, they would definitely chase after her. She had seen too many people who were captivated by her beauty. As such, she had never put men in her eyes and felt that all men in this world were idiots who could be controlled by her. However, Yang Kai's reaction made her angry out of shame. Since childhood, she had never been insulted like this. It was as if she had taken the initiative to stick to someone's cold buttocks in public, making it impossible for her to back down. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Yang Kai no longer paid her any attention. To Yang Kai, she was just an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more furious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she fiercely stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh. "I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Send someone out to explain the situation clearly to me. If this sect master still does not understand the situation, all of you will scram from High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai's eyes swept around like a hawk as he coldly shouted. The audience was in an uproar. Those who had been avoiding Yang Kai's eyes and didn't dare to look at Yang Kai directly became angry and glared at Yang Kai. As for the experts who were hostile to Yang Kai from the beginning, they were all shocked. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. Yang Kai sneered. His figure stood erect like a javelin, facing the various complicated gazes and emotions. It was as if he was in a violent whirlpool, and he remained unmoved. What a joke! He had even fought with a second-order origin king like Luo Hai, a Star Master. So how could Yang Kai be afraid of these people? Although the people in front of him were all origin returning realm masters, there were also many of them. But if Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, it was likely none of them would be able to escape from High Heaven Sect. The vicious looks in their eyes were no different from a prostitute throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to these people and instead spread out his divine sense, trying to find the people from High Heaven Sect. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 peaks. All the people from High Heaven Sect had disappeared. This discovery made Yang Kai's face grow uglier and uglier. The current him, he could vaguely guess what had happened to High Heaven Sect. One possibility was that everyone had been killed by these guys, which was why he couldn't find them. The second possibility was that they had all evacuated from the 81 peaks. As for where they went, Yang Kai could roughly guess. The former was unlikely, although High Heaven Sect didn't have many people in the beginning. Their strength was mixed, but after subduing those from Star Emperor Mountain, even if High Heaven Sect didn't have many people, they were not soft persimmons that could be easily crushed. With the people in front of him, wanting to kill Yi Shiyun and the others was somewhat unrealistic. So, there was only the second possibility left. Yi Shiyun may have evacuated High Heaven Sect to the deepest part of the Lu Yen sand field. That was the place where Yang Yin was hibernating and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Yang Kai didn't know why Yi Shiyun had made such a choice, but she had her own difficulties. Just as he was releasing his divine sense and thinking about this, an old man suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang. This old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from a long journey and must have worked hard. Why don't you take a rest first before we discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was one of the most famous forces on Shadowed Star, and the reason for this was simple. The disciples of this sect were skilled in alchemy. Just like Medicine King's Valley status in the capital world, Medicine Pill Sect also had a special status on Shadowed Star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade, low-rank alchemists. On Shadowed Star, these were extremely precious talents. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Li Jianming, as the great elder of Medicine Pill Sect, was a famous existence on Shadowed Star, on equal footing with the sect masters of the various great forces. Naturally, he was qualified to stand up and speak. When the old man spoke, he stroked his white beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if he was saying, "Give this old master some face." Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before saying coldly, "There is still half a cup of tea left. If you want to compete with this sect master in terms of patience, this sect master is happy to accompany you. But what happens after half a cup of tea, this sect master cannot guarantee." After saying so, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's face changed as he angrily shouted, Isn't Sect Master Yang being a bit too unreasonable? We came here to greet you. Yet, Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face and even dares to speak such words that disregard the righteousness of the human race? Aren't you afraid of courting disaster? Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he stared at Li Jianming like a sharp sword. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation wasn't very high. Only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze and was forced to take 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him, otherwise Li Jianming would have been seriously injured. Bold! Tang Fu Shui suddenly shouted, a murderous light flashing across his eyes. You dare attack elderly? Boy, you have no respect for your elders. You are the sect master of a great sect, yet you act on your own whims. Fine, this old master will teach you a lesson so you know how to behave in the future. Tang Fu Shui shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi. His Saint Chi was of the fire attribute, so after circulating it, his entire body began to burn, making him look like a fireball with terrifying momentum. Tang Fu Shui simply stretched out his hand and summoned a huge flaming hammer from the void and smashed down towards Yang Kai. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they wouldn't have been able to easily deal with this flaming hammer. But this was the full-powered blow of floating Mist Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiao Zhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed dignified expressions. Yang Xiao Zhu even took a step forward, preparing to take action. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed. Good, good, good. Someone finally couldn't help but take action. Since you court death, don't blame this sect master. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met the flaming hammer head-on with a fierce look on his face. Returning to High Heaven's sect, full of expectations, Yang Kai suddenly found that the sect he had worked so hard to establish had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people. His disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had long been annoyed. However, before he could figure out what was going on here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people verbally. Although it was unlikely, what if there was some kind of misunderstanding? However, Yang Kai had never imagined that his benevolence would be mistaken for weakness and that someone would be stupid enough to throw his life away. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. Courting death! Tang Fu Shui sneered. Seeing Yang Kai actually meet his killing blow with his bare hands, Tang Fu Shui not only did not restrain his strength, but also increased the output of his Saint Chi. In an instant, the flaming hammer expanded once again, and its might became even more intense. Countless people's eyelids twitched as they stared at Yang Kai, who was about to meet the giant hammer. Many different thoughts running through their minds. The seemingly small figure and the huge flaming hammer finally collided, and in the next moment, Tang Fu Shui's face changed drastically as he was sent flying backwards involuntarily, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the giant hammer condensed from a third-order origin, returning realm masters, pure Saint Chi, and secret technique actually collapsed midair, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure leapt out, his murderous intent and anger condensing into a stream of light as he rushed towards Tang Fu Shui. Under Tang Fu Shui's incredulous gaze, Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it down. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body, while at the same time spreading out his Shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his Shi left his body, it shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There were no Saint Chi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his Saint Chi barrier begin to shatter and his face begin to hurt. No, Tang Fu Shui screamed in horror. At this moment, he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master. His face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Kong, Yang Kai punched him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fu Shui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fu Shui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The Origin returning realm masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fu Shui's cultivation and strength. Of all the Origin returning realm masters present, Tang Fu Shui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Chi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his enemy or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fu Shui was floating Mist Palace's palace master and a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out, but he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fu Shui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fu Shui was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. So was Yang Kai an Origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and the other two had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see. So when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their Saint Chi and domains and rushed towards the dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fu Shui and were all wearing floating Mist Palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed into the floating Mist Palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so Origin returning realm masters from floating Mist Palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, floating Mist Palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fu Shui, who was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order Origin returning realm master, 3 second-order, and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiaozhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison. So how could they resist the onslaught of these 3? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dared to be so ruthless." Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Star's human race. If you kill them, who will fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future? Do you want to exterminate my Shadowed Star's human race?" Listening to her naive words, Yang Kai sneered, "Is that so? Since their combat strength is so high, why haven't they gone out to fight? Why are they hiding in my High Heaven sect instead?" Feng Yan was speechless for a moment and wanted to say something else. But old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Feng Yan finally came back to her senses. Just now, she didn't know which nerve in her head had connected the wrong way to criticize Yang Kai's actions. Now that old woman Feng was glaring at her, her tender body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching her clothes. My patience is limited, Yang Kai reiterated again. Everyone's complexion changed as they all stared at Yang Kai in fear, but no one spoke. Just now, relying on their numbers, they didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, thinking that no matter how angry Yang Kai was, he wouldn't turn hostile on the spot and would at least sit down and have a good talk with them. However, after witnessing Yang Kai's ferocious means and terrifying combat power, they realized they were wrong. This young High Heaven sect master didn't need to talk to them at all. He could slaughter everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were useless. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and said, "There will always be new talents in every generation. We admit defeat. Sect Master Yang, please tell us." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to know what's going on with my High Heaven sect." Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone who met her eyes quickly averted their eyes, obviously not daring to speak to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng's expression dimmed as she said miserably, "Sect Master Yang, it's a long story, but we were forced into a corner." "It seems you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began to circulate his Saint Chi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. "I'll tell you what happened to High Heaven sect." At that moment, a voice full of vigor called out from not far away. Yang Kai found this voice familiar and turned his head to see an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking over. Beside the old man, there was a man in his 40s following behind him. When they arrived at the square, the man saw the corpses all over the ground and exclaimed in shock, "Treasure, Trove Pavilions, Yen Pei and his disciple." Yang Kai had dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Blackface before and knew that he had a good relationship with Qian Tong. So, although he was still annoyed, he suppressed his anger and nodded. "So it is Senior Yen." "Sect Master Yang is too polite. This Yen will tell you what happened here." Old Black Yen Pei cupped his fists and quickly explained everything he knew to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully. 2 years ago, corpse spirit religion had appeared out of nowhere, and its influence had snowballed like a rolling snowball. Many sects and clans had been exterminated and uprooted, and the reputable sects were the main targets of the corpse spirit religion. In front of such a powerful force and numbers, basically no great force on Shadowed Star could resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Hall, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect. All of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographical location, corpse spirit religion could not do anything to it. When Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyin took charge of High Heaven Sect and did not sit back and ignore the situation on Shadowed Star. Out of righteousness, she frequently sent masters from the sect to rescue these sects. Yi Shiyin herself personally took action. However, although High Heaven Sect was not weak, in the face of a behemoth like corpse spirit religion, this kind of support was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not only did it cause High Heaven Sect to lose a lot of strength, but it also failed to save the situation. In the end, High Heaven Sect was forced to open its gates and accept the fleeing cultivator. The thousands of people Yang Kai had sensed had come to High Heaven Sect for this reason. After entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, a stark contrast that made everyone ecstatic. Outside, they had to constantly worry about being hunted down by corpse spirit religion, unable to even heal their wounds in peace. But inside High Heaven Sect, with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, they no longer needed to worry about such things. They could live comfortably and safely here, and even if the outside world collapsed, it would not affect them in the slightest. What's more, the world energy inside High Heaven Sect was the richest on all of Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to the weakest peak of High Heaven Sect. All of them deeply fell in love with this place. Before, no one knew the situation inside Lu Yen Desert, but after Yi Shiyin accepted them as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply a rich treasure trove. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure trove? The cultivator of every sect envied High Heaven Sect. If that was all, it would have been fine, as none of them were stupid enough to turn against High Heaven Sect as soon as they were accepted. But later, when Yi Shiyin wanted them to go with her to rescue other forces, the situation changed. They had come here with great difficulty and managed to save their lives. So how could they be willing to go out again and live in fear? As such, no sect cooperated. Instead, they were worried that their attitudes and practices would anger Yi Shiyin, lest they be driven out. As a result, after a series of conspiracies, they took the initiative and began causing havoc inside High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven Sect accepted the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak. But in the past 2 years, many of its masters had died in battle outside, and almost all of those who returned alive or wounded. So how could it be a match for the joint forces of Shadowed Star's top sects? Yi Shiyin could only lead the people from High Heaven Sect to fight and retreat to the deepest part of Lu Yen Desert. This happened 2 months ago. With Yi Shiyin and the others retreating, these people naturally occupied High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yi Shiyin would counterattack after her injuries healed, they were more afraid of corpse spirit religion, which had gathered outside Lu Yen Desert. If they stayed here, at least they could survive, but if they left High Heaven Sect, only death awaited them. So even though they felt uneasy, they each occupied a good location and stayed in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. That's what happened. After old blackface Yen Pei finished speaking, he fell silent. On the other hand, his disciple, Rin Tianrui, who was known as Little Blackface, opened his mouth and argued. My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and there were also some other great forces that did not participate. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Even if you did not participate, you didn't stop it, did you? Ren Tianrui's face turned pale as he stammered. We reported to Great Elder Yi. Then, should this sect master thank you? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1685. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to defend himself. But Yen Pei raised his hand to stop him. There's no need to say anything. This matter is our fault. Sect Master Yang may rest assured. This old master will take treasure trove pavilions, people away from High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai gave him a deep look, but did not say anything, simply turning his head to look at Old Woman Fong and the others and chuckling. Good, good, good. Great Elder Yi is benevolent and righteous, but in the end he rescued a group of ungrateful wolves. Very good. The Origin returning realm cultivator on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. The people present were the upper echelons of the various major forces, although most of them were as cunning as foxes and as ruthless as wolves. Doing such a thing really made them feel ashamed. As such, in the face of Yang Kai's disdain, none of them could refute. They were even more afraid of provoking Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into a slaughter, so none of them dared to say anything. Old blackface Yen Pei stood to the side, feeling Yang Kai's thick murderous intent, his expression becoming extremely dignified. He wanted to say something, but hesitated several times before eventually letting out a deep sigh and remaining silent. Who is the leader? Yang Kai shouted, sweeping his eyes across the crowd like lightning. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, and in the next moment, most people's eyes gathered on Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng's complexion changed drastically as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned. Old woman Feng no longer dared to remain in place, and with a loud roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her withered body as she transformed into a stream of light. She rushed out. "Want to leave? Leave your life behind first." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng, who was 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify as a visible void crack formed around her, wrapping her in the middle and cutting towards her like the sharpest of blades. "Sect Master Yang, if you have something to say, this old woman admits defeat. This old woman is willing to compensate you." Old Woman Feng cried out loudly, but she did not have the courage to resist this strange method and could only circulate her Saint Chi to resist the suction force of these void cracks. Too late! Yang Kai remained motionless, his space force erupting once again. In the void, the spatial rifts buzzed in unison. It was as if they had really turned into swords, cutting through Old Woman Feng's body. In the next moment, the aura of this third-order origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain disappeared, and his body became tattered. Most of the corpses had been banished into the endless void. He fell from the sky. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Yang Kai looked at the other people from 10,000 Beast Mountain. The faces of the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain who had followed Old Woman Feng here suddenly paled. Some people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Some people begged for mercy, while others, like Old Woman Feng, made a prompt decision and tried to escape, while others knew they couldn't escape and just stood there with ashen faces, circulating their Saint Chi, ready to fight back at any time. Feng Yan was even more dumbfounded, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed out again. But this time, without Yang Kai's order, they knew what to do. 10 breaths later, all the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yan standing in place in a daze. The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles and martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yan up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic, and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you!" Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Linyu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me." From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, in the end he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Tao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me!" Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop!" A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven Sect. Please spare our lives." As soon as the statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill sect refused to compromise. So even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today the elders of Medicine Pill sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill sect still had for origin grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling when this elder from Medicine Pill sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit. Please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiaozhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully, though. "I killed Li Jianming. Don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. We just made the best choice possible." "Haha." Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand. "Kill them!" Everyone from Medicine Pill sect was startled. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master, and the others are all origin grade alchemists." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Han Yi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own. So how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the two culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have two choices, submit or die." All the people here were Origin returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Yang Kai indeed had the ability to kill them all, but relatively speaking, Yang Kai was more willing to subdue them. Corpse spirit religion was currently wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, and High Heaven sect had suffered heavy casualties, so it was now lacking powerful thugs. The people in front of him were the best choice. Little Black Face, Ren Tianrui, had also said that many great forces had not participated in forcing Yi Shiyin and the others to submit, while others had simply gone with the flow. As such, after killing the main culprits, Yang Kai wasn't going to investigate any further. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect would be enough to wake these people up. As soon as these words came out, the square fell silent. Everyone glanced around at each other. But compared to the panic they had felt just now, their expressions had finally eased a lot. They were really afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intent would soar and he would wipe them all out. With the means he had just shown and the strength of Yang Xiaozhu and the others, no one could resist. No one was stupid enough to question Kai Yang's tyrannical decision. Compared to his previous thunderous methods, the fact that he was willing to make such a choice was already a show of benevolence. Many people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over, he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. This one is Extreme Path Sect Master Wang Taijin. I am willing to submit to High Heaven sect and will obey Sect Master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow Sect Master Yang's lead. Even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse. Boundless Pavilion is willing. Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him, in the face of absolute strength. If they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven sect to seek refuge. So how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Colored Glass sect is willing to join High Heaven sect. From now on, Colored Glass sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope Sect Master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as the statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest and found that he actually knew this woman, the current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons, Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, In Su Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed In Su Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, "Sect Master Gong, do you know what you are saying?" Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out, and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "This mistress is not a child, naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words." Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sects submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven sect, she would have to disband Colored Glass sect. In other words, Colored Glass sect was finished in her generation. But if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven sect in the future. Sects without permission, sects to sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the Origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven Sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven Sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice, as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing if they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven Sect. Not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Yang Kai was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven Sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven Sect. Although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was his sect, and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven Sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Colored Glass Sect and join High Heaven Sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Yang Kai with clear eyes. Does Sect Master Yang despise my Colored Glass Sect for being too weak? Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored Glass Sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven Sect, but of these 50, 10 are Origin returning realm masters, while the rest are Saint Kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad. Yang Kai praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass Sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress, in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again. Su Dai kneeled down and apologized to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Yang Kai, but she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone, pleading softly. Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order Origin returning realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang. Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Yang Kai had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven Sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Yang Kai's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, This mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Lu Yen sand field with great elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Lu Yen sand field with Yi Xian was something Yang Kai could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Xian's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Yang Kai felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There was no need to mention Wei Guchang and Dong Shenner. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer? Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand, and pulled In Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass Sect's disciples will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. This mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. In Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will all be under your command. Gong Ao Fu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Although she would not be ostracized or oppressed after entering High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai did not disperse the original disciples of Colored Glass Sect and instead allowed Gong Ao Fu to lead them, even granting her the position of elder, naturally moved this beautiful woman greatly. If there is an opportunity in the future, Elder Gong can also restore the glory of Colored Glass Sect. Sect Master will not restrict you. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another bombshell. This time, Gong Ao Fu immediately showed a look of loyalty, her eyes slightly red as she bowed deeply. This mistress thanks Sect Master for his kindness. This mistress will do her best to contribute to High Heaven Sect and will not fail to live up to Sect Master's high expectations. This time, she was truly dead set on following Kai Yang. Joining High Heaven Sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last of Colored Glass Sect's bloodline, but she had never expected to receive such a great reward in return. How could Gong Ao Fu not be moved? For a time, the people from the other sects showed looks of regret. Chapter 1687. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would be so kind as to allow Colored Glass Sect to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this would happen, they would have joined him long ago instead of scheming against him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Although Yang Kai was easy to talk to, he was not a fool. After seeing the treatment Colored Glass Sect received, how could he accept it? Many people wore bitter looks on their faces, but they forced themselves to come forward and congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now an elder-level character in High Heaven Sect, so they naturally had to curry favor with her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to shine brightly because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone with a smile, appearing quite generous and decent. After all, she was already a sect master, so it was a piece of cake for her to deal with this kind of situation. Yang Kai looked around before finally fixing his eyes on Yan Pei. Yan Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and no one could guess what he was thinking from the changes in his expression. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he opened his mouth, but eventually sighed and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang, take care, this old master will take his leave. Yang Kai chuckled. Where does Senior Yan want to go? Yan Pei frowned. I don't know, I'll just take one step at a time. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was rampaging outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion strength was not bad, it could not compete with Corpse Spirit Religion. Otherwise, Yan Pei would not have brought his people to hide in High Heaven's sect to seek shelter. Now that he was about to leave, his future was bleak, so he felt somewhat uneasy. If Senior Yan does not disdain it, you may as well stay. Although my High Heaven sect is not a great place to be, it is not a place to be. Although High Heaven sect is not extraordinary, it is large enough to accommodate your Treasure Trove Pavilion's people. Yan Pei's body shook as his black face glowed with excitement. Looking at Yang Kai gratefully, he hesitated a few times before lowering his head and saying, This old master is ashamed. When the masters from the other sects made trouble in High Heaven sect last time, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only informing Yi Shiyin. For a benefactor who had accepted him and sheltered him, doing so would undoubtedly be unethical. But now, Yang Kai didn't care about their former enmity and took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying evil with kindness. This made Yan Pei feel a little ashamed. That was why he felt so ashamed. He knew that too. Yang Kai didn't have much of a relationship with Treasure Trove Pavilion. The few times they had interacted with each other, it was all about benefits. The reason why Yang Kai took the initiative to ask him to stay was because of Qian Tong. Yan Pei and Qian Tong had a good relationship. Old Mr. Yan, you are too serious. After we survive this disaster, my High Heaven sect may still need Treasure Trove Pavilion's help. I hope Senior Yan will not refuse when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sect Master Yang is too polite. In the future, if High Heaven sect has any use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion, just let us know, Yan Pei said solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that old black face Yan Pei was quite tactful. Yang Kai opening his mouth to ask Yan Pei to stay was indeed because of Qian Tong, but the main reason was that Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power was nothing in front of Yang Kai, but Treasure Trove Pavilion had many businesses all over Shadowed Star and had many channels that High Heaven sect did not. If High Heaven sect wanted to develop and grow, having such an ally was naturally not a bad thing. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyin to withdraw from High Heaven sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the Corpse Spirit Religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong Ao Fu and the others, who had already joined High Heaven sect, acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people, as Yang Xiuzhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried, to Lu Yan's sixth layer of the sandfield. What surprised him, though, was that before he even flew out of High Heaven Sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyin? Yang Kai was stunned, but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyin had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven Sect disciples out from the depths of the sixth layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyin, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyin's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyin said lightly, "You are the sect master. Who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyin looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong. Many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered. Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace. All three forces were annihilated. Yi Shiyin didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these three sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven Sect, and in the end, Yi Shiyin had no choice but to retreat. "Sect Master." Chang-Chi suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. "Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven Sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses." "I know," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chang-Chi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, and without saying anything, he respectfully retreated behind Yi Shiyin. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yi Shiyin had retreated to the depths of the Luyan Desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies. But after seeing the situation of these people, he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven Sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yi Shiyin seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Haika family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yi Shiyin had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yi Shiyin had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven Sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. "Since Sect Master understands, this palace has nothing to say." Yi Shiyin nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries?" "On the way back, I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and were seriously injured. And they were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest." "That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements." Yi Shiyin glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted, "You seem to be quite happy." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it." "Forget it. I'll make the arrangements when the time comes." Yi Shiyin took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the sealed world bead, even the calm Yi Shiyin could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven Sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit religion. Now, more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yi Shiyin gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made, secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyin had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before. So although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the 3 clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongshan Realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise. Not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Yang Kai began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yi Shiyin and the others. Of the original High Heaven sect disciples, Yi Shiyin was not the only one who was injured. 90% of the other origin returning realm masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with Corpse Spirit Religion's masters. Injuries caused by Corpse Chi were very difficult to heal, as the insidious Corpse Chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven sect Saint Chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their Saint Chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Yang Kai returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xia Ningchang to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify Corpse Chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the Corpse Chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the Corpse Chi with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Yang Kai had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days, the problem that had plagued the masters of High Heaven sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yi Shiyun's wise decision, High Heaven sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Yang Kai summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven Sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Yang Kai didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip, I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough, in the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yi Shiyin was taken aback, staring at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yi Shiyin could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yen that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. "Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing?" Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven Sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven Sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. "It's this." Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense, and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void, and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the Origin returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Shur, as if it was an upgraded version of Shur. Territory Stone! Yang Xiaozhu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. "What is a territory stone?" Yi Shiyen's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiaozhu with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiaozhu did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an Origin King realm master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the Blood Prison and can only be produced in Green Mountain's Star's Blood Prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the Blood Prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yu Rao with envious eyes. Lin Yu Rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the blood prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qian Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the blood prison and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory and scrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Chang Chi sighed to the side. However, Chang Chi, Hao En, Ning Xiang Chen, Huang Wan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the First Order Origin returning realm. So even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up, and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Shi. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Shi. So comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Shi. That being said, the importance of territory stones to Origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyin was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones." A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiuzhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyin with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiuzhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the blood prison, and only Lin Yu Rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Shiyin actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiuzhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyin snorted softly. "Do you think Sect Master only has this one?" With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiuzhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you." "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. "And during my trip to the blood prison, I did obtain a lot of territory stones." "And a lot." Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything, and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. "A lot. How much is that?" Chu Han asked in a trembling voice. "Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces." Yang Kai smiled lightly. *C*, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15, including Gong Ao Fu and Dai Yuan, who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Ao Fu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for Yin Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. And it seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyin frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you, but with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Shi, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you. If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others," Yi Shiyin said lightly, "but forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Shiyin. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed and the territory stones were stored away, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Sect Master." Yang Xiuzhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiaozhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven sect, he was still like this, but this time he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A third order origin, returning realm master, valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the origin king realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven sect now had the ability to travel far. So Yang Xiaozhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Hanyi, and Lin Yu Rao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiaozhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the blood prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the second order origin returning realm, was given 5, while Yang Kai, who was at the first order origin returning realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more, it was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from Saint Crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring, each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Yang Kai's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly, increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Yang Kai needed to consider, as Yi Shiyin would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Yang Kai's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Yang Kai took Xia Ningchang and Su Yan back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously, only Yang Kai lived here, but now Su Yan and Xia Ningchang naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven sect was safe and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Yang Kai still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yan. Now, she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With profound frost in hand and a third order origin returning realm cultivation, on Shadowed Star, only Qian Tong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qian Tong attack Su Yan? Xia Ningchang was about to break through to the second order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the star master of Tongxian realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the first order origin returning realm was still too weak. Yang Kai took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xia Ningchang. Little senior sister, take some time to refine these 2 things. I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xia Ningchang glanced at it, but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled. Although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xia Ningchang was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xia Ningchang looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not. What matters is whether it can protect you for me. Xia Ningchang raised her head and glanced at Kai Yang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the Third Order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven sect for some time. Take this too. Yang Kai then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zhang, and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war and had been hidden away ever since. With 2 Origin King grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xia Ningchang did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Yang Kai's request. Glancing over at Su Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, she quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried, as if she had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, Ning Cheng's courage has grown after being taught by you. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He had nothing to give Su Yan. When he was in Ice Heart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with profound frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the blood prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King, grade, thunder, fire, 7 birds' whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. Senior sister, you cultivate first. I'm going out. Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sandfield. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyin that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up. So Yang Kai was naturally worried. The 6th layer of Lu Yen Sand Field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's 5th layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The sixth layer of Lu Yen sand field had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyin could set foot here. No one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyin had to retreat to the sixth layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, the decoration was simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yin, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yin from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yin. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed, because in his field of vision, Yang Yin's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure, it's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yin was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yin. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yin who had always helped him. Without Yang Yin, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. Yang Kai was very grateful to her. Perceiving that there was no problem with Yang Yin and that she was still asleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed Yang Yin's finger move slightly. This discovery caused Yang Kai's body to shake, and he quickly came to a stop, holding his breath as he stared towards the wooden bed. An invisible force spread out from Yang Yin's body and wrapped around Yang Kai like the maw of a beast, not giving him any time to react or even resist. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a somewhat familiar place. Below him was a roiling sea of flames that contained a terrifying energy aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Floating high up in the sky were a variety of different colored balls of light, and inside these balls of light, different scenes were constantly flashing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai was unable to see what these scenes were. This is... Kai Yang wrinkled his brow. Looking around, he quickly understood where he was. Knowledge Sea? Yang Kai exclaimed. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my knowledge. Sea. A voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a strange seal. Her expression was solemn as various halos of light constantly appeared around her, giving her an extremely sacred appearance. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Inflammation in his memory. Is it you or her? Yang Kai frowned, not daring to be sure. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and asked, Is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be no difference to you, but it is to me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. Those are the great emperors of Starfield. I am one of the great emperors of Starfield. Yang Inflammation snorted. Forget it, it looks like it's you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary great emperors who were talking to him, there was no problem. Turning his head and looking around, he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Nothing." Young Inflammation slowly shook her head. "I just felt your aura and brought you here." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was no longer the ignorant boy he was in the past. His strength had also undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now invincible under the Origin King realm, and even dared to fight an ordinary Origin King. But in front of Yang Yen, he had become a small fish that could be pinched and squashed at will. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yang Inflammation giggled. "You don't need to undervalue yourself. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as fast as yours. Even in that place, you are considered a top genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you are given enough time, you will be able to stand at my height one day." "Are you trying to comfort me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What is this place you speak of?" Yang Inflammation smiled but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask." Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Suddenly, her expression became serious. "Although I have been in a deep sleep, merging my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I feel like something big has happened on Shadowed Star in recent years. 2 months ago, Yi Shiyin even brought some people here. What exactly happened? Is High Heaven Sect?" "High Heaven Sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is star." "Shadowed Star is star." Yang Kai sighed, flew over to Yang Inflammation, sat down cross-legged, and told her about the situation with Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Yang Inflammation listened attentively before finally nodding. It turns out that below Grand Burial Valley, there was an underworld spring well. This is our fault. If we had not taken away the sun's true essence, that underworld spring well would not have reappeared. That's why I feel troubled. If it were any other matter, my High Heaven Sect could simply ignore it and just stay in the headquarters. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it would have nothing to do with me, but in the end this matter is partly my fault, so I can't just ignore it." Yang Kai sighed. Yang Inflammation obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and thought for a while before asking, "Can you go and meet the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion? Are you interested in him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "It's not that I'm interested in him. I just feel that his method of transforming corpse spirits and controlling Corpse Spirit Religion is very similar to someone I once knew." "Who?" Yang Kai was surprised. That person called himself the Corpse Emperor, and in the past he also controlled a race that called itself the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I was interested. Corpse Emperor. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. "Is he on the same level as you?" Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Starfield, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Yang Kai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. "You don't need to be so nervous. It's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here. So that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits." Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. "Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rushed to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course, I won't send you to your death." Yang Inflammation glared at Yang Kai. "If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through." Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining. You should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about is the one who injured me. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, "Didn't you say that person died in that battle?" Yang Kai also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Star Field fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. I was injured, but as long as I had enough time to recuperate, I would be able to recover, but his body was destroyed, so even if he wanted to recover, it would not be so simple. Especially on Shadowed Star. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Nodding, he said, "If that's the case, I can go and meet him. But even if what you said is true and the religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is that person, what do you plan to do?" Yang Inflammation shook his head. "It's not what I plan to do. It's you. If that religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is really him, you must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when he recovers his Yuan Qi, the entire star territory will suffer. You're one of the great emperors of Starfield. Can't you just slap him to death?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation resentfully. Yang Inflammation shook his head. "I can't act for the time being." Yang Kai suddenly felt like cursing, but after a long silence he nodded fiercely. "Good, I'll go and meet him." "You have to be careful. He has always been sinister and knows how to manipulate others to work for him. He rarely shows himself. So if you find an opportunity, you must kill him." "I know." Yang Kai responded casually. "Then go." Yang Yan waved her hand, and in the next moment, Yang Kai felt an invisible force pushing against him from his knowledge sea, trying to expel him from it. When he recovered, Yang Kai found that he was still standing beside the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Inflammation's eyes were closed, still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Inflammation that he would meet this mysterious religion master, the other party's actions were so mysterious that even the white-robed corpse general he killed did not know his true cultivation or appearance. Finding him would undoubtedly be very difficult. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now, on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong was the true leader of the Shadowed Star field. With his Origin King realm cultivation, he would definitely play a vital role in the next operation. Shadow Moon Hall should have been stabilized, and if Yang Kai wanted to solve the problems on Shadowed Star, he would first need to eradicate Corpse Spirit Religion. Qian Tong should be happy to join forces with him to deal with this mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was not close to High Heaven Sect, so even if Qian Tong wanted to arrive, it would take at least a month. While waiting carefully, Yang Kai was also improving his strength. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight with Luo Hai and broke through to the Third Order Origin returning realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. On the way back, Yang Kai's cultivation had also increased little by little, gradually approaching its limit, while his Shur had also reached the grand accomplishment stage. With the help of the power of the Territory Stone and his experience in the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai also had his own understanding of territory. In other words, if it were not for the current conditions, Yang Kai could already begin to break through to the Origin King realm. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His third order origin returning realm cultivation was also the foundation of the Origin King realm. So the more solid his Shur was, the easier it would be for him to form his own territory after breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai intended to leave Shadowed Star after solving the problem with corpse spirit religion, while also dealing with a few things he had been worried about. These matters were crucial to improving his strength and figuring out the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory. Time passed day by day, and High Heaven sect remained undisturbed as almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all knew that these days would not last long. Once the time was right, Yang Kai would definitely attack corpse spirit religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would not have time. It was for this reason that the masters in High Heaven sect began to cherish the time they had now. Every bit of strength they gained was a bit more life-saving money, allowing them to kill more enemies in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. After an entire month, Qian Tong arrived at High Heaven sect and immediately took charge of guiding the High Heaven sect disciples from outside into the headquarters. Since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the corpse spirit religion army that had besieged High Heaven sect had dispersed. Now that High Heaven sect had finally restored contact with the outside world, they were more or less aware of the situation outside. So Qian Tong's journey here was unimpeded. Chapter 1691. After explaining his plan to Qian Tong immediately agreed. Qian Tong also understood the principle of capturing the leader in order to capture bandits. Corpse spirit religion had been like a rolling snowball in the past 2 years, becoming more and more powerful. The number of transformed corpse spirit race cultivators and human cultivators who had joined them was simply innumerable. Wanting to kill all of them was simply too difficult, so it was better to directly attack the root of the problem and kill the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. After Qian Tong regained control of Shadow Moon Hall, he had also investigated and studied corpse spirit religion. All signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley as the source of corpse spirit religion's rise and origin. Before this, he had been considering whether to go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation. But now that he had received confirmation from Yang Kai, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. Together with Yang Kai, he immediately left High Heaven sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone with him and only acted with Qian Tong. Even Su Yan was left behind in High Heaven sect by Yang Kai. Qian Tong was already an Origin King realm master, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as Qian Tong's, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, so in terms of speed alone he was faster than Qian Tong. In just 10 days, the two of them arrived at the Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yen came here last time, although Grand Burial Valley was filled with yin qi, making every cultivator feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now, when Yang Kai and Qian Tong arrived here and looked down from above, both of them could not help frowning. Down below there was a thick fog. The entire Grand Burial Valley was shrouded in this fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. This thick fog was obviously filled with extreme yin and cold corpse qi, which was also poisonous. Any living person who entered this fog, if they were not strong enough, would likely be invaded by this pervasive corpse qi and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit race. Using their divine senses, both of them found that there were many life auras hidden in this corpse qi. Very active, these were undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit race. This was just the periphery. There were at least several thousand of them, and it was hard to imagine just how many of them there were in the Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you run into the Corpse Spirit Church's churchmaster, don't hesitate. Remember to send me a message. I'll go kill them all first. There are simply too many of them, Qian Tong warned, and immediately turned into a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. It rushed straight into the Grand Burial Valley. Wherever the light passed by, terrifying storms and thunderbolts could be heard. The Grand Burial Valley, which had been filled with corpse energy, was cleared out by the Qian Tong, creating a clear path. The surrounding corpse spirit race was in a complete mess. Qian Tong didn't seem to make any moves, but it simply released its own territory field. The Wind Realm territory field pulled in all the corpse spirit race within a radius of more than a dozen miles and crushed them into dust. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, and actually killed his way in so brazenly. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, there was really no opponent on Shadowed Star that he needed to care about, so he was fully qualified to do so. Moreover, by doing so, he could attract the attention of Corpse Spirit Church and create an opportunity for himself to act. This was also the plan the two had discussed on the way here. In just a moment, the thousands of Corpse Spirit Race people who had been detected by Yang Kai and Qian Tong were wiped out, not a single one surviving. The methods of an Origin King Realm Master could be seen clearly. Qian Tong was not satisfied, and he continued to advance with large strides. More and more corpse spirits were drawn out by him, and they were swept into his domain and died without knowing why. While Qian Tong was wantonly attacking and attracting most of Corpse Spirit Church's attention, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Following the memories he had last explored, Yang Kai went all the way inside. The origin of Corpse Spirit Church came from the underworld spring well in the Corpse Cave, which was the foundation of Corpse Spirit Church. Yang Kai naturally wanted to go straight to the Corpse Cave. If he could destroy the underworld spring well, Corpse Spirit Church would become a tree without roots, a source without water, and it would be much easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the underworld spring well, no matter how many members of the Corpse Spirit race died, they could be transformed into new ones. In the distance, rumbling sounds could be heard as strange voices constantly shouted. It was Qian Tong fighting with the masters of Corpse Spirit Church. Although he did not see this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong must have been slaughtering the Corpse Spirit race and forcing them to retreat. It only took him half a day to reach the entrance of the Corpse Cave. Along the way, he encountered some Corpse Spirit race clansmen from time to time, but how could these small fries stop Yang Kai's pace and were all killed? The entrance to the Corpse Cave had not changed and was not even hidden, still behind the concealment spirit array. However, this spirit array had been broken by Yang Yen last time, so it could not play any role now. Inside the Corpse Cave, a thick corpse chi was constantly rolling out. The density and damage of this corpse chi was far greater than that of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate for a while before jumping into the Corpse Cave. The Corpse Cave was darker and more humid than before. Under Yang Kai's perception, there were many stone rooms inside the Corpse Cave, and there were many traces of Corpse Spirit race activity. However, the commotion caused by Qian Tong outside was too great, so the Corpse Spirit race clansmen inside the Corpse Cave had long been alarmed and were rushing out in a steady stream, obviously wanting to provide support. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room to avoid the wave of Corpse Spirit race clansmen. His current task was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen did not notice him, so after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around, seemingly sensing something. The stone room was pitch black, without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse chi, like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse chi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse chi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansmen, as long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse chi around their bodies. They would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously, he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave and use the rich corpse chi here to transform them. In a short time, they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Feng Fengqi needed Fei Zhitu's body. In any case, Fei Zhitu was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm and then to the origin, returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, 2 sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head, and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. The first and second floors had corpse spirit race clansmen standing on both sides, all of them origin returning realm masters, but when Yang Kai walked in, none of them immediately attacked. Instead, all of them stared at Yang Kai fiercely, hissing and threatening as they watched him walk inside. After he left, these corpse spirit race clansmen suddenly swarmed forward to block his path of retreat. Yang Kai went directly to the 3rd floor of the treasure house. The 3rd floor of the treasure vault had undergone a huge change. The interior was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling and luxurious manner. Numerous fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a gentle light. The entire 3rd floor of the treasure vault had clearly transformed into a magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a pool with a radius of about 3 feet. Yellow water was constantly bubbling in the pool. Yang Kai's eyes paused for a moment in this pool, and immediately understood that this was the legendary underworld spring eye. The yellow water in this pool was not a liquid, but a direct manifestation of pure energy. This kind of energy had no effect on anyone and was even extremely harmful, but it had a great effect on the corpse spirit race. Yang Kai even felt special space force fluctuations from the underworld spring eye. This made Yang Kai have some speculations in his heart, but he was not certain. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. Chapter 1692. The figure sitting in the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his face was covered in a strange layer of energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense, he was unable to see his true face. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This discovery made Yang Kai frown. If his guess was correct, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. However, Yang Kai could not feel any corpse chi from him. In other words, this person was not a corpse spirit. Could it be that, as Yang Inflammation said, this person was the one who had fought with Yang Inflammation in the past, but had mastered a method to transform and control the corpse spirit race, allowing him to act so high and mighty? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands lightly, saying in a tone of praise, "You really found this place. Your courage isn't small." Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became strange. Staring straight at this person, Yang Kai felt as if he could see through the barrier and see his true appearance. The other party did not intend to conceal his identity, and the strange energy covering his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. "Lu Yi," Yang Kai called out. This guy was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, who had made things difficult for him several times and even tried to kill him. The first time Yang Kai had come into contact with him was when the Flowing Flame sand field opened. During the fight for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi had secretly tried to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had fought with him for a while, and as a result, Lu Yi had managed to cut off one of Yang Kai's arms, allowing him to escape. Later, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had learned that Lu Yi was behind the Xie family. It was Lu Yi who instigated Xie Li and the others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not know what kind of hatred there was between him and Lu Yi that caused him to be so concerned about him. In the past, Yang Kai thought that Lu Yi simply hated him, but now, Yang Kai's mind suddenly flashed as he connected all the clues together and came up with a bold conjecture. Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi. After all, this is just your body after possessing it. Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly, his expression confident. Lu Yi, who was sitting in his chair, was stunned for a moment, as if some secret had been revealed. Staring at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You actually guessed it? It seems this seat has underestimated you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You and I first met in Lu Yan's soul cleansing soul. I obtained an origin essence crystal from there, and from then on, you never forgot about me. So that origin essence crystal is yours?" Lu Yuan's handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Yang Kai, where did you take it? Why has this master been unable to sense its aura all this time? This matter was simply a nightmare for Lu Yi. If Yang Kai had not taken away the origin essence crystal, he would have been able to completely refine it. After seizing this body, Yang Kai only needed to fuse with his own origin essence crystal to restore at least half of his strength in an instant. Even if the world principles of Shadowed Star suppressed him from breaking through to the Origin King realm on the spot, leaving Shadowed Star with a peak origin returning realm cultivation wasn't a big problem for him. As long as he could find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, restoring his original cultivation would not be a dream. At that time, the entire territory of Shadowed Star would be his. But all of this was ruined by Yang Kai. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Ye's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years, he had only managed to reach the third order origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. Sorry, I've already fused with that thing. Yang Kai smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Yang Kai and sneered. With your strength, you want to fuse with my origin essence crystal? The soul that possessed Lu Ye's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Star Field when he was alive. So the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an origin king realm master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Yang Kai only had the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm at that time. So how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense, and only thought that Yang Kai was lying and had used some special method to hide the origin essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. Of course. He had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the origin essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an origin essence crystal until a long time later. Enough nonsense, since you've come here today. Don't even think about leaving. Where is this origin essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Yang Kai laughed. You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk the earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were standing, and a figure leapt out from it and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his shur, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His shur was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qian Tong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wore a stunned expression. Neither of them had expected that Lu Yi would be killed so easily. Is that the religion master of corpse spirit religion? Qian Tong asked in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. Yes, that's him. This old master overestimated him. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Although he had never put this religion master of corpse spirit religion in his eyes, he hadn't expected the other party to be killed so easily, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, he felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he had escaped from Yang Yan's hands in the past and hadn't even noticed Yang Yan. Even if Qian Tong was an origin king realm master, how could he compare to this guy in terms of cunning? Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it outwards frantically. Under the perception of his divine sense, the situation in Grand Burial Valley became clear to him in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of obscure aura that was fleeing towards the outside at an unbelievable speed, and it was concealed to the extreme. If it wasn't for him arousing suspicion in his heart and intentionally searching for it, he would probably really be unable to notice it. As this aura escaped, it carried with it a slight fluctuation of space principles. Elder Qian. Yang Kai let out a low shout as he suddenly thrust his hands forward and stabbed them into the void. Then he tore them apart, and a void crack immediately formed. Qian Tong frowned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this, he still chose to believe him subconsciously and without even asking. Directly entered the void crack with Yonkai. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general in black robes was meditating in a secluded location. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without making any movements. At a certain moment, this black-robed corpse general suddenly trembled, and his hidden aura climbed all the way to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Not much worse than Yi Xian. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of resentment and shock flashed across his pupils as he ground his teeth and roared. An Origin King, an Origin King! How could there be an Origin King here? Old dog, this king will remember you. This king will definitely repay you for that palm strike. You won't have the chance. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see a void crack open silently and Yonkai and Qian Tong step out from it. The black-robed corpse general was shocked, and without even thinking about it, he immediately roared and tried to escape. Where do you think you're going? Qian Tong shouted angrily, his territory suddenly expanding and wrapping around the black-robed corpse general. Yonkai didn't take action, and instead just stared at the black-robed corpse general, while pushing his divine sense to the limit to pay attention to his movements. The black-robed corpse General Yonkai had seen him before, and should have been brother to the white-robed corpse General Kongfei Rao. But at this moment he had been occupied by Lu Ye's soul and had become a completely different person. Although the peak of the origin returning realm was powerful, in front of Qian Tong it was nothing. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was pulverized and his soul extinguished, Yonkai noticed a hidden aura leaping through space, directly leaving this place and arriving a few hundred kilometers away without pausing for a single moment. This was obviously the aura of corpse spirit religion's religion master. If Yonkai wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to detect such a change. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yonkai. Yonkai didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Yonkai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qian Tong to act, Yonkai summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood threads circled outside before flying back, but Yonkai didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yonkai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high, and he was only at the first order origin returning realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Yonkai's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize. But seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, the mysterious cult leader of corpse spirit religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days, he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yonkai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly, and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the corpse spirit religion. Both Yonkai and Qian Tong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of corpse spirit religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xiao Li of the Xie family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange insect-like existence was the cult master of the corpse spirit religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qian Tong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the corpse spirit religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Until now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the corpse spirit religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again, he won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qian Tong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star, but now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of corpse spirit religion. This made him very angry. What Qian Tong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of corpse spirit religion was much greater than that of an Origin King like him. Have you caught his movements? Qian Tong turned to look at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qian Tong also learned about the strangeness of the cult master of corpse spirit religion. If not for Yang Kai tracking him, he would not have been able to eliminate this cult master on his own. He could not detect any trace of the cult master's soul escaping at all. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed for a while before suddenly opening them and stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a certain jungle, a handsome young man was fleeing in distress. This young man looked to be in his 30s, and his body was pulsing with first-order origin, returning realm Saint Chi fluctuations. His appearance was quite distressed, as his eyes were red and his face was filled with malevolence. While fleeing, this young man restrained his aura and released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. There was no movement within a 30-kilometer radius of him. However, the handsome young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee, as if something terrible was chasing him. His face was filled with ruthlessness, and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. In the past, even in that place, he was a famous existence, and there were not many people who dared to provoke him. But since he came to this star field and fell on this cultivation star over the past 10,000 years, his luck had become worse and worse. First, he was smashed to pieces by Yang Yen, and after 10,000 years of slumber, he was finally able to recover. Today, at this moment, he was being chased by a piece of third-order origin returning realm trash. If he was at his peak, he could tear this piece of trash into 10,000 pieces with a single glance, but now he had no choice but to flee. The handsome young man suddenly felt a sense of grief and indignation, like a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in shallow water, causing his blood to boil and his breathing to become difficult. His soul escape technique was so exquisite that even an Origin King would not be able to detect him. But this little brat named Yang Kai actually cultivated a rare space secret technique. If not for this, how could he have been caught every time? Even in that place, very few people could cultivate the space secret technique. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how someone could cultivate the space secret technique to such a high level in such a place. They could even tear space and instantly travel thousands of miles. Just as his thoughts were running wild and he was gnashing his teeth, a strange energy, fluctuation, suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man's footsteps paused as his face turned pale. This situation had occurred dozens of times already, so he was no stranger to it and knew what would happen next. "You forced me to do this." The handsome young man's eyes flashed viciously as if he had made an important decision. He stopped and stood in place, waiting quietly. The strange energy fluctuations coming from the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and soon a crack suddenly appeared. Inside this crack was a dark and chaotic void. Two figures walked out of this crack, the one in front being Qian Tong, while Yang Kai followed behind. As soon as Qian Tong appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even saying a word, he expanded his territory domain and wrapped it around the handsome young man. His wind concept filled the air and condensed into a variety of killing moves within his territory domain that shot towards the handsome young man. The other party's cultivation after possessing this body was now only at the first-order origin returning realm. So Qian Tong did not even need to take action. Just by relying on the power of his territory domain, he could easily kill him. The handsome and evil young man laughed out loud. "Lowly ant, bear the supreme fury of this seat." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a turquoise aura. The turquoise aura twisted slightly in the void and suddenly turned into a turquoise long saber. There were complex runes and patterns on the long saber, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The turquoise long saber slashed down viciously in midair without making a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qian Tong's territory domain was directly cut open by this saber and instantly collapsed. At the same time, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's expressions changed greatly. In their vision, the turquoise long saber rolled up a mysterious concept and broke through the seal of their soul. It directly descended into their knowledge, sea, transforming into the appearance of a turquoise long saber and slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The knowledge sea was cut open by the fierce qi, and the entire sea was divided into two. In the knowledge sea, waves surged in an instant, a strong wind blew, and the sky changed color. The space in the knowledge sea was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai and Qian Tong's soul power was directly cut off by more than a third. Both of them couldn't help but groan as they had a splitting headache. Their vision blurred and they almost fainted. Both of their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a tyrannical move. They hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to protect themselves. After the handsome young man displayed that move, his face turned pale and his whole body swayed. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Yang Kai and Qian Tong again, but he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly burst into powder and disappeared. At the same time, a soul power rushed out from the handsome young man's original position. It made a turn in the air and swept up the turquoise qi that could transform into a long saber. It then cut through the void and fled far away. Yang Kai stared in the direction of his escape. He wanted to sense it, but the surrounding area was filled with a strange concept. It seemed to have sealed off this part of the world, making it impossible for him to track the other party's movements. Once again, there was a piercing pain in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but howl. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out some spirit pills. He gave half to Qian Tong and stuffed the other half into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qian Tong also hurriedly took a spirit pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He had a supreme treasure like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. So even if his soul was damaged, it didn't matter much. After a day of nourishment, he had almost fully recovered. On the other hand, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Even if he was an origin king, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover from such a blow. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. After a long silence, he asked, "Did that guy run away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily and said, "That guy is incredible. This old master was invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm. But I never expected to suffer such a big loss at his hands. The world is so big and there are so many capable people. What kind of artifact did he use? How could it be so powerful?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Qian Tong frowned as he sensed his surroundings thoughtfully before nodding. "That makes sense. There is indeed an emperor pressure around here. But why is it different from the emperor pressure I felt in the emperor garden before?" Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there were more than one great emperors in this world, but he didn't say anything. It was this emperor pressure that had isolated Yang Kai's space secret technique, allowing Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master to escape. Chapter 1694. After losing track of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, with his methods, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find him again. This time's operation was not a success, but in the short term, Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master would not take action again. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy, especially when he used his Emperor artifact at the end. It was definitely a heavy burden on his body, otherwise he would not have waited until now to use it. Qian Tong obviously knew this, so he did not have any intention of asking Yang Kai to pursue, instead saying, "Although that person escaped, Corpse Spirit Religion is still a big problem. Let's return to Grand Burial Valley first, and destroy that corpse cave." This old master felt that many corpse spirit race clansmen were hibernating their last time. That's what I was thinking," Yang Kai agreed. After a brief discussion, the two of them immediately set off in the direction of the Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The corpse spirit race in the valley had been slaughtered by Qian Tong and had suffered heavy losses, but they had not been completely wiped out. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen were now hiding somewhere, leaving only those who had not yet fully transformed in the corpse cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the corpse cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the underworld well again to see if there was a way to destroy it. After all, this was the source of the corpse spirit race. As long as it was destroyed, the corpse spirit race would no longer be able to grow in numbers, and the remaining survivors would need to be slowly cleaned up. One day, Shadowed Star would return to peace again. However, to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this underworld well. The yellow spring eye seemed to be connected to another world. The dense Een corpse chi was flowing from that world, converging into the spring water form in the yellow spring eye. It was rumored that the underworld well was connected to the underworld. The only way to destroy this bridge was to go deep inside and destroy it. Yang Kai did not dare to take this risk and could only join forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the aura of the underworld well before destroying the corpse cave and killing the corpse spirit race clansmen who were still in the process of being transformed. By the time Yang Kai and Qian Tong returned to High Heaven Sect, 10 days had passed. After that, Yang Kai briefly explained the operation to Yi Shiyin and the others. Yi Shiyin was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a strange method of unlimited possession in this world. The rest of the elders sighed as well. According to what Sect Master said, doesn't that mean Corpse Spirit Religion Master has an immortal body? Yi Shiyin frowned. That's not the case. Although his possession technique is strange and unpredictable, it will definitely cause some damage to his body. This could be seen from the changes in the target of his possession. But this time he managed to escape. Now that we don't know where he is hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Shiyin nodded lightly. Although we failed to kill Corpse Spirit Religion Master, being able to seal the underworld spring well is enough. Presumably, the Corpse Spirit race would not increase their numbers. It's time for us to strike back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled lightly. What does Great Elder think? Pursue the victory, Yi Shiyin quickly said. The reason why Shadowed Star's situation has been getting worse and worse over the past 2 years is partly because the Corpse Spirit race is too strange and is constantly transforming into more and more masters. Another reason is that there is no one who can trust to lead them. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now things are different. The Origin King grade starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyin turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized. I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Shiyin was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate Corpse Spirit Religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action, with his Origin King realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King grade starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by Corpse Spirit Religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, Corpse Spirit Religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyin even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this, and instead went to Yang Yan's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yan's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly realized. And he was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates. But he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yin was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yin pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now, he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. So how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the insect emperor. That was an existence on the same level as Yang Yin, who knew how strong he was. Yang Yin looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yin didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge, see, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yin's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yin pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed, and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him. He couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all, he was someone who had braved many storms and waves. So he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality. Not even a single plant could be seen. It was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed Shadowed Star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance. But the current Shadowed Star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Yang inflammation had done to him. And while feeling grateful, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kai Jen was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate, shadowed star. The sea rose and fell, the plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was the stars, and this stars was him, the Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xia Ningchang was refining Tong Xian Realm star source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xia Ningchang to observe the evolution and development of Tong Xian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining star source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought, clenching his fist lightly. Yong-kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yong-kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable, and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yong-kai. As Yong-kai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yong-kai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star's source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of a cultivation star, they had to refine the source of that cultivation star, and what Yang Yan had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's star source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yong-kai's body while also absorbing Yong-kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yong-kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little Senior Sister, being able to become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, was a stroke of luck. Tongxian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death struggling to survive. That was why Tongxian Realm Star Source had taken the initiative to seek out Xia Ningchang. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star, without an Origin King realm cultivation, it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luo Hai had become a Star Master, while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire star territory, there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yong-kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge. See, Shadowed Star Source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yong-kai was stunned. Yang Yan chuckled. Don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yong-kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the Star Source did not have its own sentience, it knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily, and simply that Yong-kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yong-kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yong-kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge, was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yong-kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths his knowledge, had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge, would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yong-kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an Origin King, and with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge, to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a Star Master, without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. "I'm going to deal with some small troubles. I'll come see you later," Yang Kai said. But before Yang Yin could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking, while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Chen Tong, corpse spirit religion's army was forced to retreat while countless corpse spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on corpse spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the corpse cave to transform their clansmen, the corpse spirit race clansmen that died were one less, and without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, corpse spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered corpse spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent corpse spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of corpse spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight corpse spirit religion to the end. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, corpse spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a corpse spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the corpse spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The corpse spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme. So how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. The corpse spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope, and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair. He had arrived suddenly, without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Asterisk Honglong, asterisk the earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against, regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead corpse spirit race clansman proved that everything just now was not an illusion, but had actually happened. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qian, right? I heard that Temple Master Qian is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No. 5 months ago, this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qian's shocking means. But compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is. It's High Heaven Sect Master Yang Kai. I've seen him once before, back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Oh, everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect, being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star, was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, how could the sect not prosper? Enough idle chatter. There are still a few small fries that haven't been cleaned up yet. Sect Master Yang helped us solve the biggest problem. We can't trouble him to come back and slap the rest, right? A group of masters nodded repeatedly before stepping forward, all of them staring maliciously at the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen as they slowly approached. If I had known earlier, I would have just been slapped to death. Looking at the people gathering around them from all directions, the surviving corpse spirit race clansmen couldn't help thinking. Yang Kai experienced the various conveniences of becoming a Star Master and could not help feeling a little ecstatic. No wonder those third-order Origin Kings all aimed to refine star sources and become a Star Master. This was simply too convenient. Once one became a Star Master of a cultivation star, they could travel to any place on that cultivation star in an instant. This was much more convenient and faster than using space arrays.